put anybody down. No one. I don't want to be drawn into so-and-so and so-and-so, and he's putting down so-and-so. No, I don't have time for that. People like myself, we're quick to forgive. We're quick to embrace. We'll be like somebody says, "I'm sorry for," you got me. Let's celebrate. That's how we are. Instantly forgive. This has got to stop. This garbage of false glory has got to stop, and I'm tired of it. Let's stop being turned on each other. And let's stop looking for ways to accuse each other of turning on each other. And let's start lifting each other. And we've got this. Those 14 other screenplays going on 15 that I have is for the new world order, new world that is our people.
Yeah.
So I am presenting my dear.
This is a big mistake because she's already got a huge ego.
I do not have a huge ego.
You're feeding the beast.
I don't have a huge ego. I have a huge sense of.
This is the birthday
God. I gotta film this.
Oh, I
And
love
so
it.
it goes to who I consider should be honorary Queen of the World for your courage,
Thank you.
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
I so appreciate
You
that.
have earned that, Mother.
Of course,
You
I
are.
remember when I was
or whatever
running
it
for
is.
president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say, socialism is the only thing that can save America.
Yeah, if I'm a fraud, bring it on. Let's do it. Come on, it'll be easy to debunk if I'm a fraud.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Yissilmissil Productions channel. My name is Steven Yissel, and today Let's talk about it. I hope you're all doing well today. We have some things to talk about, so we'll get right to that in a moment here. Hey, Lerny, good to see you there. I have a little bit of a rant to do here, so we'll get that started. Hey, John, good to see you. So, something's come to my attention. And, you know, we need to talk about this here because let's talk about it. We have to think about copyright law and what I am allowed to do and what I'm not allowed to do. Now, I gave this a lot of thought. I passed this by several people that are really good at researching law. So it's beyond a few of my friends. Some of them also study law. As of right now, reading cover to cover the entire Immortal script on this channel in a monetized platform is just not possible without getting into some side quest with Tom. So, unfortunately, we will not be reading the entirety of the script here on the channel in real time. As much as I'd like to do that, Tom is protected by that copyright. So, not only can nobody get their hands on the script to read it for themselves privately because they need to get permission from him, but also, he needs to also give permission to have it read live, like I was insinuating. And I don't want to twist it like I never said that, because, yes, I was saying I was going to do that on this channel. But as you can see, we reviewed a few of the pages he said to review, right? And we saw that it's clearly bullshit. So what I want to do is continue looking through all of Tom's interviews, and when he says to reference certain points, we'll look at those. Now, I do have a Word document that, through trying to put this documentary together for him while we were collaborating, he gave me a Word document of 118 matchups, one less than the 119 that is declared in the lawsuit that he was filing with Warner Brothers. Okay? So one less than that. We have that to reference from. That's all fair game. Now, I know he's recently, in some of these more recent interviews, have said there's 190 matchups. I don't know if that's the case or if he's just misspeaking for 119, but it sounds like in the recent interviews he's been saying 190. So, in the chat here, John says we have to constantly avoid traps, and that's correct. I'll let you guys know this much. We have several people that used to collaborate with Tom, not only in the chat, but they're also watching silently. And one of them is the one I talked about way back with the green, when I had the full green code reign for a few episodes, when I was saying that I cannot be bought. Yeah, so that guy has been trying to contact me again. And another one that I guess was helping with the archiving, and I'm not going to name these people, okay, because you don't deserve it, but like, you guys come at me when I'm trying to get to the bottom of all this stuff. I don't know what personal things you guys are going through. Honestly, I don't care at the moment because it doesn't concern me. But if you're planning to go after Tom Althouse yourself, you better go and do it. I don't know what the hell you're waiting for. I said this a long time ago when I was still collaborating with Tom. Where is everyone else? Where are they? Now, if it's a whole thing with legal issues, I mean, I doubt like everybody that has collaborated with Tom has some like non-disclosure agreement or just doesn't have the funds to go to court for him. What I was thinking of earlier before I started this show is that Warner Brothers and the Wachowskis and Joel Silver, all those people in the industry, as far as we're concerned, as far as we're publicly concerned, there has been no cease and desist letter to Tom for him to stop disparaging these people, which I find kind of odd, but maybe they just see him as small fries and not really too much of a concern. So there's that aspect to all of this stuff too. But as far as like keeping myself protected, it would be best that I don't read all of this, and this is after much consideration. Now, I will tell you this. I do plan to read it myself. Now, some of you might ask, why haven't I read it yet? I was doing the same thing as everybody else, not to just go along to get along, but I was taking Tom's word for what he was saying on my shows. And everybody else that has hosted Tom Althouse on their channel also takes him on his word that his script matches up with The Matrix. Which, after we look at a few pages to review, not the entirety of it, but a few pages we took a look at, which he had publicly up on his website. And he shares different screenshots here and there and holds it up and like you can barely read it, right? It's all by design. It's all by design. This is a grift that he's been running for over a decade at this point. We got some chats coming in here, but Tom has had his word taken at face value, and we clearly have been deceived by this guy. Now, I have these comments coming. I have one commenter that came in on one of the reels that was saying that, oh, Tom never said he wrote The Matrix. Apparently, this guy, well, he didn't listen to my whole story when we went to Texas Roadhouse, and Tom tried to convince the hostess that he's the original writer of The Matrix. You can't say that you are the original writer of The Matrix if you don't have name credit, if you don't have proof. None of these people in the industry even acknowledge that Tom exists. I thought that was a red flag for a while, like in his favor. A lot of this stuff was done in good faith of Tom Althouse, and look what he did. After 2.5 years of me working towards getting his documentary made, and then him assigning me to do 4 different books for him, he dropped everything. I have so many notes, so many audio notes as well when I was visiting him in Texas for 2 weeks to get the documentary made, which we never made because he said no. These things I think are important to discuss because it concerns me. I personally went in and tried to figure out what the truth of all of this was. And clearly we were lied to. When we look at some of the reference points that Tom makes in these early interviews, 2018 and all that, he does not have solid evidence that there's intellectual property theft. There's an article that has the judge having a quote from the case saying how these are all tropes in sci-fi and religious figures cannot be copyrighted and all of this. Like it goes on. I have a folder for today's show. We're going to watch an interview. I wanted to read the script, but really, without going like line by line and then sharing my thoughts, it's just not possible legally. Okay? And I'll give Tom credit in that department for covering his bases with getting his script copywritten, but he won't let anybody read it. So there's that. So let's get to the chat here real quick. Lerny says, as far as I know, you're the only one taking a real stance against Tom Althouse. I didn't even know he existed before. Well, thank you, Lerny. Yeah, he was on a very niche part of the internet, which the people that I originally discovered him through, they don't even cover him anymore. One of them's doing Pokemon conventions now. Nothing to do with, like, doing reviews. He was doing a lot of, like, truther videos. And after the Althouse one, he just stopped, and now his Facebook is all Pokemon conventions, selling cards, autographed sports memorabilia. So, like, a lot of these people that have interviewed Tom in the past have just dropped it and moved on and did something else. And here I am, keeping on running my mouth about it. But I spent a lot of time on this, and there's a wrap-up procedure here for me personally. And you guys are all here to see that portion of it here with myself. John says, I am sorry to say I destroyed all my Tom Althouse notes just following my intuition. I actually did the same with old journals and Kung Fu notes. Not totally sure why. I'm sorry to hear that, John. I do have my, like, hard-bound notebook that I was trying to put a timeline together in that I showed here on this series, like in the first few episodes. But, like, it's just lists of names of movies, lists of people that he's mentioned, and how they all connect in a web and everything. But really, I mean, we're talking about a guy that says that everybody that has tried to help him in the past has harmed him in some way. And I'm actually giving him an excuse to reinforce that now, right? Because I'm the bad guy here. Because I got screwed over trying to help him, right? And John also says, hi, Lerny, we both typed TA at the same time. And hey, Missing Time, good to see you. Zen's still here. Thank you, Zen. But yeah, Zenry says, let's ask him now live to give us permission. Yeah, you know, Tom Park Althouse, as much as we'd like to read your script, you're protected by copyright. But I'll ask you here now, if you have nothing to hide and you want to reinforce your narrative, which at the moment I believe is false, if you want to reinforce your narrative, read your script to the public yourself. And on top of that, we would like permission to read it as well. But, you know, he's not going to say yes. Like, I already know that's a dead end. Hey, we got Brenda in the house here. So, I have a question for Brenda. Do you think Tom's lying about his script being ripped off by the Wachowskis and Warner Brothers? Because I think he's lying. There's a lot here that we'll look into. So let's bring up some of the first things. Let me get that that folder queued up here. And you know, we're going to do a show later on down the line where we have emails that I got threatened with back in the summer. We're going to look at all of that stuff. It's part of a weird thing with Tom and having people doing his documentaries and then leaving, or him leaving them, you know. Oh, that's wild. I guess I did not save what I was referencing. So there was the judge giving a declaration that like there wasn't enough substantial evidence to show that the Immortals was ripped off to make the Matrix. That's the official ruling by the courts. That there's sci-fi, science fiction tropes that are used throughout many different works of literature, film, entertainment, audio, like radio. Like, there's a lot of sci-fi tropes that are used over and over again. And that's what this judge was getting at. I really wish I had it here. It's like I saved everything else but that. Oh, you know, it might be in my links folder, because I made a whole thing of links. Let's see. Yeah, so Tom's going to a convention next month for aliens in Los Angeles. How that relates to him and his script, you tell me. Because I don't know how that relates. Good to see you all here, though. This is great. I don't know, what should we start first? We haven't watched an Emma the Imagination podcast interview with Tom yet. Those were all deleted from Emma's channel, and I do feel we need to review some of that. Brenda says, Steve, he lied, and that's why he repeats the same things. He has nothing else. Yeah. And he like we've said, he talks in circles over and over. Like, we try to get him to talk about stuff outside of what he normally talks about, and he keeps on going back into the circle, and round he goes. We've said this over and over again here on this channel. Missing Time says, contact in the desert. Now, there's, let me bring this up here. Cappy. Yeah, we gotta get a new window open. This is just too much. Alright, so we'll display this here. We'll look at this, then we'll settle in and watch another interview and review it. So as far as like me looking at all these different interviews on this series, like, that's legally within my rights to do so, because we're reviewing content and we're pausing and starting and giving my thoughts on it and also reading the chat and having a discussion. So all of that is fair game, and that's what we'll continue doing to catch Tom in his many lies. But let's get this window displayed up here. There we go. So we have this, and let me get my face up here too. Hold on. So I discovered this just earlier in the week. Like I said, I don't spend too much time on looking at what Tom's up to, but I have to do some prep for this show so that we have something to look at. But there's this event going on in Los Angeles, March 20th to 22nd. And you have to pay to go. There's also a fee to watch everything online. But these are the topics here. ET disclosure, secret space, AI revolution, ufology, alientology, and technology. Now, I'm under the impression Tom got invited there because of all that he talks about with Elon Musk and how Tom created Neuralink. So let's just take a moment to think about this. Tom has said that Bill Gates stole his idea for Windows. Tom also says Elon Musk stole his idea for Neuralink. Those are two very big claims which, if proven in court to be wrong, he can pay very high restitution fees for even insinuating that somebody stole his ideas which weren't even his to begin with. And that would be a very big problem. And Brenda, you are correct. Brenda in the chat says, I think that's run by Brian. So we're going to scroll down here, and we will see a list of people. Yeah. Brian's right up in the corner here. Top row. Tom got onto the third row. And really, besides Carrie Cassidy, I don't know any of these other people. I'm actually kind of glad that David Hatcher Childress is on this, because I'm using some of his stuff about the energy grid in my other shows. And David Hatcher Childress being associated with Tom Althouse is not a good look in my book. Because I do think that David Hatcher Childress has some, like, credibility behind him as far as compiling notes about the energy grid, and like you got this entire book here that he's taken research of other people that dedicated their entire lives to finding out about electromagnetism and the world grid and put it in one book. So David Hatcher Childress not being associated with this bullshit up here is a good thing, but he was associated with it in the past. And then John here in the chat says, Tom never told you to stop making the documentary. You could read the script on camera as part of completing the film, as a tribute to a great author of a great story. Well, all right, let's have a little conversation about this. I understand that Tom said that we should go our separate ways, and he used the death of his two sons as the reason why to move on. Like, in honor of them, that we should go on our separate ways. But he gave me a lot of information to build his documentary about his life and everything. I have audio clips from when I was staying at his house, for notes to be put into book form. We went to Walmart to pick up a bunch of notebooks to make chapter by chapter written out. You could see in some of the older videos, we had the whole floor covered with notebooks and pages and stuff. All organized, mind you, by me. And you task a filmmaker to become a book publisher, there's going to be a few bumpy roads in there, right? It's not really smooth sailing when you try to ask someone who's not in the profession to just have a go at it, right? And, you know, maybe Zen Ray can chime in on this too, because, you know, Zen was asked as a author, as a book writer, to go to Tom's house to film the documentary. And thankfully, I saved Zen from not doing that. Or saved him from doing that. My grammar's getting a little off here. But yeah, let's get that back up here real quick. Just so you all can see the names of these people, because I don't know how they're all associated with one another, but I think it's a good thing to just have for reference. Now, John, I know there's a lot of people that want to read The Immortals in full, cover to cover. And really, I was tasked with showing the matchups from the Wachowskis' Matrix script to The Immortals. Tom came downstairs the last night I was there because I was leaving in the morning with a rental car to go back home. I stopped over by Susie's for a little bit before that. But the whole thing that night before was Tom came downstairs with the Matrix in script form for me to take photographs of, and then the Matrix Reloaded and the Matrix Revolutions. Page by page, photographic evidence of all of those scripts. Now, those scripts are published. They're available for the public to read. You can purchase a book on the Matrix script. I actually have that. But all of the legal loopholes I'm very unclear with in terms of how to proceed reading all this stuff. Now, like when Tom mentions, oh, go look at page 5 or go look at the last page of the script and compare it to this. We did that. And it was, I think that was fair game. And, you know, doing that for each page over time, I think would also be fair game. But we don't want to get roped in to Tom Althouse's little lawsuit La La Land. Because as we know, he goes to court and doesn't win. And we don't want financial hardship put on myself because this asshole has some idea that like Michael Jaco goes and tells him to prosecute or something. And I know they're probably watching right now today because I've been broadcasting that I'm going to read this script on my channel. And in some ways, I already have. Not in its entirety, but I've shown several pages in much more detail than Tom ever has. Where he's like, oh yeah, screenshot it. But like, we pause the video of those interviews and it's all blurry. So, in certain ways, he's given permission for us to look at these matchups. But there's a limit to how far we can go with it. If you understand what I'm saying. So let's catch up on the comments here. But yeah, John said, Tom never told you to stop making the documentary. You could read the script on camera as part of completing the film, as a tribute to a great author of a great story. But we don't know how great of a story it truly is, right? Whether it is or not. We don't know. Tom had accepted me directing that movie for him. That was also in the unofficial verbal contractual bond that we agreed to. Was that I was going to help him film his movie, and that just putting it on IMDb as in pre-production might get the studio heads to press a cease and desist or go and take him to court over it, in which case Tom responded in saying, then that shows that we've already won. It would be a trap for Hollywood to prosecute Tom for making his own movie, because then he can go to court and show all the matchups, right? Hopefully you guys can follow what I just said with that. But that was Tom's, like, agreement with me. He was in agreement that, yes, we're going to produce this movie, we're going to get it in the theaters and show people, and it's going to... But in the meantime, while we're making it, we might get hit with lawsuits to stop filming because there's intellectual copyright with The Matrix. And then Tom's like, you see, then it'll prove that he was correct, that he was a victim in this theft and everything, right? So that was part of the whole plan too, before he just was like, no more, Steve. Like, let's forget this even happened. Which always rubs me the wrong way. Missing Time says Steve Mera has been doing interesting work. Yeah, I don't know most of these people on this screen. Steve Mera's not even on here, is he? Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking at it right now, and I'm not really seeing that name on here. But like Ocean Sky, a few of these other ones, they've been on shows with Tom. But in an ideal situation, you'd think, like, this is the number of people Tom has gone on hosts shows for. And that he should still have, like, a crew of this many people behind him. And it doesn't look like it, does it? He's just kind of tucked in here because he got invited by Brian Singh up here, who's also directly tied to Beyond the Box and Brenda's show, Penny L.A. Shepherd, Agent X11. All of that's tied together with this. Okay? So Missing Time said, not related. That's not related to anything here, just looking at the lineup. Okay. Steve Mera. I'll take a note to check him out. And we'll get to reviewing another interview here in a bit. I'm just finishing giving my opening monologue here, but before we do that, Brenda says, I had a dream that Tom used his boys as a sacrifice. I know a lot of them from shows. So 2 different comments. Wow. Yeah, I had my suspicions about that as well. And I think we've discussed that here too. Brenda said, I had a dream that Tom used his boys as a sacrifice. Now keep in mind, Tom said he was in the Freemasons. And that they knew exactly what he wanted, and they gave him 2 different honeypot wives that he had kids with both of them with. Don't even know how that's physically possible, but okay. But you know, Tom brought a lot of this upon himself with wanting to get his name out there, but without letting anybody question him deeply like I am at this point. Missing Time says you could probably put out a super cut of this series as a doc. Yeah. I was thinking about that, Missing Time. And Missing Time also says, yeah, I know a bunch of them too. Brenda says, I know you do, Jason. And Missing Time says, what? Marina Serene is making appearance again. Yeah, I don't know a lot of these people on this. Like, you're referring to this lady that I'm circling here with my mouse. But yeah, Brian Singh, he's one of the organizers of this. But if Tom is just going here to talk about Neuralink and SpaceX and Elon Musk, like, that's going to be the extent of what he talks about here. And then he'll drop in that, like, oh yeah, like, he wrote The Immortals, he's the original writer of The Matrix. He presents himself as the original writer of The Matrix. That is clearly false. It is false. His characters are not named the characters that are in his script. We can go on and on about the technical details of all this stuff and how he says that, like, his concepts were lifted and put in and spread in 1,000 different shards across 200 different movies. Like, these are his claims here at this point in time. A concept so wild that nobody questions it. They take his word for it. They say, oh, I can feel your pain. I understand where you're coming from. No, you guys don't know Tom at all. You don't know him. We don't know him. This dude's in his 60s. Let's catch up the rest of the comments here. Brenda says, what about if you put it out as you want to read a great story by Tom? Like a story time? I don't know. Zenray says, I noticed Veronica is not on there either. Yeah. Ain't that something? I thought she sacrificed her whole relationship with co-hosts just to get on this thing, right? I wonder what happened with that. Maybe I shamed her enough out of even working with Tom anymore. That'd be a good thing. She'd stop wasting her time on that. But yeah, Brenda, like, that was the intention of today's show that I've been building up towards, saying that we're gonna read something here. But, like, even I have to admit that, like, I'm pushing limits here, that I don't know what's on the other side of this live stream after we're done, after we go off the air today. Like, if I were to read that entire script from front page to back page and then go offline, like, it could start a whole chain of events in my life that I have no interest of starting. But we'll try to do the best we can working around that. Now, I could review one page, certain parts of dialogue here and there. I'd be fine going and doing all that. But I'll be honest with all you here today. I have not personally read it in its entirety myself. I've gone through it. But as far as, like, understanding the story and, like, how it fits into the Matrix, it's not there yet. Because, like, not only does Tom not share it, he just expects us to take his word on it. And when I was at his house, he didn't care one way or another if I read it or not. Just as long as I believed him. All right, let's finish reading these comments. I'm sorry, I'm a little behind. So Missing Time says, I read Mike Barra's name wrong. Oops. Okay. So Steve Merritt, so Mike Barra is who you're referring to. I'll look into him. Brenda says, right, Chad, she is still trying to get me to be her friend. LOL. Nope. So Veronica's trying to reach out to Brenda. That's interesting. And Zen says, coincidentally, I unsubscribed from Sean Bond's YouTube channel this morning. Oh. Yeah, and again, I don't know who Sean Bonds is. But he's right, what? He's right next to Marina Serene. Now, I'm not saying that all of these people here are corrupt and grifters. But this kind of is like a fly trap to anything and everything, and Tom is just somehow in here with Brian Singh and a few of these other people. I don't know the authenticity of any of these people on here. A lot of them I have never heard of before. Missing Time asked, did the abundance work? Not sure what you mean by that, Missing Time. Lerny says, the sacrifice isn't even that far-fetched beyond. I'm being very careful about making any claims, though. And Brenda says, right, Texas? Yeah, so again, we're just sharing our thoughts here. Myself, I'm sharing my opinion based on educated guesses on stuff that I've already researched and experienced and lived through. So by all means, do not take my word for anything here. And I'm not saying that I'm lying. I'm just saying that I could be wrong. We're all fallible. But I'm under the impression that Tom Althouse is lying about being taken advantage of by Hollywood and being brought in and cast out, and all of his works being used to this day in Netflix shows and beyond. Like, it's a tough ask, or it's a hard ask for us to believe all of that's occurring right now. Brenda also says, Chad, I still have him on my Facebook, but I don't talk to him. Even Brian is still on there. Yeah. Isn't that kind of weird? Tom never unfriended me off of Twitter, off of X. And actually, I haven't posted on X in a long time, but I might start putting my reels up there. Alright, I think I know what I want to do here. So, I don't know the exact year, month, day that this interview we're going to watch today took place, because it is no longer available. But let's see if we could kind of pinpoint where that's at, because I think we can get a good idea of it before we begin it. I'm checking timestamps right now. Yeah, it's really weird. It's like I didn't save the dates of the Emma shows. It's wild. Let me check one more spot here. But we'll be starting watching this one that I've picked out very shortly. Aha! Okay, so I do have dates for the Imagination podcast. So just give me a second here. I actually have one that it might be one of the last ones. Oh no, that's with someone else. That was the one with Nathan Reynolds. Okay. Never mind on that. Okay. So the one that I'm choosing for us to watch today is from the Imagination podcast. And the host is Emma. Now, as far as we're all concerned here, Emma has deleted all of her Tom Althouse interviews. Okay? And I guess Gray Area Monarch knows the reason why, but he's not sharing with it. So, like with us, he's not sharing with us what exactly is the reason why. And I don't expect to get an answer anytime soon because he was pretty standoffish about it when I did inquire about it. But he's just gonna be the way he is. Like, he approached me in a very disrespectful way in my comments section. And I really don't have time for that BS. Brenda says, Tom finally blocked me, LOL. Ugh. It's about time, right? Zen says, oh wow, he blocked you. Missing Time says, it's copy to Rumble. Oh. And Zen says, and Tom blocked me after I blasted his page with some not nice stuff. And then Missing Time says, both interviews are restored on Rumble. Which interviews are you talking about, Missing Time? Because I got like 5 or 6 different shows of Emma's with Tom on it. There's just so much content here. Tom went out to all of these different channels and ran his mouth about how he's the original writer of The Matrix. And we're here disproving that because of the way that he handled this whole business relationship with trying to help him get his story out to the public. And once we started seeing holes in his story and questioning him about it, and then telling him that there's certain people close to him that could be handling him still, he didn't like hearing that from me. Brenda says, Chad, it's okay, we still have each other. Missing Time says, I can mail you the links. Yeah, go ahead and, mail me the links that you're talking about. This show that we're watching today, it's from 2023, May 14th. From the Imagination podcast. And you know, Emma's probably not going to like I'm doing this, but this is part of archiving the internet, and especially if she's deleted the videos, it's not on her channel anymore, right? Unless she privatized them. That was another thing I was thinking that happened. That she may not have fully deleted them, but she made them private so that nobody can look at them anymore. Do you have my email, Missing Time? And if you need my email, let me know. Or in fact, I'll just display it right here, right now. So I've already done that before. All right? And I know some of you that have emailed me already. I don't know some of you. And some of you have already threatened me, which is why you're not getting any replies back. But to the one that didn't threaten me already, still, I don't know you and I don't trust you if you are still working with Tom or not. But you were doing archive work with these different videos. So I guess I'll also say this. There was a commenter on some of the older Let's Talk shows that pointed me in the direction of a YouTube channel that now no longer exists. But at the time when they mentioned it, it was up for about a month or two. Someone had 8 of the 10 episodes for the 1993 TV show titled Matrix, starring Carrie-Anne Moss. Now, I think this is a really key part of all of this that we're talking about here. Because the year that Tom claims to have copywritten his script or tried to or attempted to or talked to Bonaventura, like that was the year, right? 93. Well, this TV show was already in the can. It was called Matrix. It starred Carrie-Anne Moss. I wouldn't put it past the people that worked with Carrie-Anne Moss with the Wachowskis and Warner Brothers 6 years later. I wouldn't put it past them that they pulled from that TV series as inspiration for the Matrix feature film. But again, I think that channel that uploaded all of those videos, those 8 episodes out of the 10, that they weren't supposed to be doing that, and that's why the channel got pulled, because they were broadcasting intellectual property that was it was broadcast at one point, I think, in Canada, but the show creator is refusing to release the show to the public for some reason. But somebody else recorded it and put it out on the internet. So we have most of those shows. We just are missing 2 of the episodes. And I don't know how to really go through showing that besides putting my watermark on it and having the audio, like the music play here that we're listening to now, having that play over while we're watching start, stop. That's really the only way we can legally go forward without having any issues having the video pulled down. We tried to watch a trailer here off of IMDb and we got hit with a copyright strike on that. So go figure. Like I had to redo the upload. Like after the live stream was done and I did a re-upload to the video tab on the channel, I had to put a watermark over the trailer. I had to cut the audio out. Like there was a lot of stuff I had to do. So as far as like displaying TV shows and movie clips here in this box next to me, we have to be very careful about going forward with that, because I'd love to go and watch this 1993 TV series called Matrix with Carrie-Anne Moss. I'd love to sit here and watch that with all of you, just have like a binge. An idea that I had about that was making that a Patreon episode where we can just sit and watch this stuff here and not have to worry about anything. Like, I've heard that's possible. People have done watch-alongs as a Patreon-only video, that it's not free for everyone to watch. You have to be a paying member in order to have access to something like that. But I don't want to have a paywall for any of this Althouse stuff. But maybe that's the solution for reading the script too, is just having a behind the paywall read-along. Like, I don't know. You guys let me know your thoughts on this. Because again, this is all new territory. We're doing an expose on Tom Althouse. We're getting to the bottom of the truth of all of this. And there's a lot of lies here that we have to weed through. Hey, Frankie D, good to see you there. All right, Missing Time sent 4 links and said we might be able to on another platform. Yeah, I'm just trying to be as careful as possible here. It's not that I'm pushing out or anything like that. Like, you know me, I want to make sure we're covering everything we possibly can. And I just don't want to shoot myself in the foot doing something I'm not supposed to. Alright, so let me check my email here. See what Missing Time sent. Oh. So let me ask. Do you guys know who VidNet is? Because they're also on BitChute. I believe they're one of the people that have been emailing me. Okay, so Missing Time sent me 4 links to Emma's show. So there's 4 shows of Emma's. And yeah, they're backed up because of this other archivist that was working with helping Tom the same time I was. And they said they could still reach out to Tom if they think it'd be the right thing to do, but they don't think that Tom would even get back to them at this point. But they did help out with saving these Imagination podcast shows. So I do have to give credit where credit's due on that. So what's this one we're looking at? 514. And then let me look at your links here. $3.29. Okay, so I guess this is one of the latest ones. The one of the last ones that they put out. I guess we'll just get into watching this. Again, I'm sorry that, like, I personally told all of you we were going to be doing a read-through today. But just for the safety of this channel, like, I don't want to sacrifice everything we've done up to this point just because of something that I overlooked with copyright law. Like, I don't want to sacrifice all of this work that we've done here. Exposing Tom Althouse, having him on the show at first, believing everything he's saying, then him screwing us over, and then us seeing that breakdown in real time with the emails and the 5-minute window and all that BS. And then the amount of time that's gone by where he said nothing, and then he randomly messages me on Facebook with insults, with nothing else. And he goes on other shows. Like, I don't want to lose all of that content. And I've said this before, like, this is backed up on Rumble, BitChute, Odyssey. Like, it's all on those channels. Like, you're not going to erase this YouTube channel and erase all those other ones at the same time. There's no possible way to do that. But, I do still intend to cross-examine when Tom mentions to cross-examine his work. So if he says, look at this certain page, I'm going to be under the assumption that he had that up on his website at the time. Because not only do I have a backlog of stuff that used to be on his website, but I have a whole lot more than that. And if we have the access to the material and we can take a peek at some of this stuff while we're reviewing everything, then so be it. But I just don't want to sacrifice this entire channel because we wanted to have some fun today to read through the entire script and put a rest to all of this. As much as I want to put this to bed, I don't think that me reading it in the format that I just expressed, like cover to cover, I don't think that's going to help solve anything in terms of like lessening the drama here. So to those that have emailed me that threatened me with like, oh, you should let me buy your interviews and you should pull them down, like, that's never happening. I cannot be bought out, okay? I'll monetize this channel, but like, you're not gonna have me sell you my work that I've done on this channel here. Like, that's just not gonna happen. But all right, let's get into this because I don't know how long this is gonna take today. We're gonna put this on 1.5 speed, like we've done in the past, and we will just get going. Oh, it's not gonna do it, is it? Give me a second here. There's always something, isn't there? I have to play this with a different player. I think that's what it is. Okay, let's see if this works. Ah, yes, we could see it. Perfect. Alright, so I'm going to have to ask all you watching if you could hear the audio from this. And if so, then we'll carry on.
To protect against lies and deception. We put on the breastplate of righteousness to protect our hearts from the temptations. We put the gospel of peace on our feet to walk in your light, peace, and freedom with the Holy Spirit. We rebuke anxious thoughts. We take up your shield of faith for protection to block and destroy all the darts and threats thrown at us by the enemy. We put on the helmet of salvation to cover our minds and thoughts, reminding us that we are children of a mighty King. We are forgiven, set free, saved by the blood of Jesus. We take up the sword of the Spirit.
We're going at 1.5 speed from here on.
Your living word that has the power to demolish strongholds and is sharper than any double-edged sword. We come to you, Lord, in prayer daily. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
What's up, you guys?
One more thing before we begin this interview here. I do want to give credit to VidNet. So VIDNET, you came in clutch with having this on BitChute. And I do have emails at the time from Tom and VidNet that VidNet did this for us. So special thanks to VidNet for saving these episodes. Because they were pulled, I think, I might have had one or two of them, but he got 4 of them. And this is like the last of the 4. Like, this is the most recent that Tom was on Emma's channel, I believe. So, let's get going. Just some pretext, too. I don't know why Emma stopped interviewing Tom, and I don't know why she pulled all of the interviews down. But Emma, if you have an answer, please, like, tell us. Tell us in the comments. Make a video on your channel explaining your situation. Something.
Guys, welcome to another episode of The Imagination. I'm your host, Emma, and this week I'm honored to have back on the show loving father, survivor, advocate for the children, man of God, voice for the voiceless, writer and original creator and rightful author of the blockbuster movie series we all know today as The Matrix, and one of my most beloved and requested podcast guests, Tom Althouse. If this is your first time hearing Tom, wow, do you need to go back in my archive and listen to Tom's other episodes where he laces his testimony of being born into a multi-generational occult bloodline family to later being ripped off of his original script for the billion-dollar Hollywood franchise that we know today as The Matrix.
So first and foremost, Emma does not have in her YouTube archive these shows anymore. So this is like, this shouldn't be possible right now, us watching this. I'm just trying to make that clear here. But we're here to review deleted content from the internet. It's all fair game to me.
Tom whistleblows very high-level criminal factions intertwined together within the government, CIA, and entertainment industry and helps us understand how the bigger picture and outcome of his allegations and testimony don't just affect him, but how it affects us all, especially our most vulnerable population, the children. You only have to listen to Tom's testimony once to understand why it's so important for Tom to keep speaking out, the lengths his opposition is willing to go to silence him, and how much his enemy underestimated him. Speaking out has not awarded Tom for the credit or financial compensation he deserves and is owed. Rather, it has cost him everything, including the tragic and heartbreaking deaths of his two sons, being gang-stalked, having assassination attempts on his life, and all of the other typical playbook physical and spiritual warfare tactics the occult wages in the same way many of the other survivors you've heard on this podcast and other episodes allege as well. And what I love most about Tom's story is that no matter how hard the enemy attacks him, he gets right back up without skipping a beat and does so wearing a smile with an endless love pouring from his heart. This time around, Tom has some exciting and important updates he's going to provide us with regarding his relentless pursuit of justice, once and for all. I ask that you give Tom your undivided attention and also that you grab a pen and paper because you are going to need it. Please help me in welcoming my guest of honor and my dear friend, literal breaker of the Matrix, taker and distributor of the blue pill, hero, whistleblower, selfless father, advocate for our children, and survivor, Tom Althouse. Tom, thank you so much for being here with me today.
My pleasure. You always get me with those intros.
Oh, I love having you here. I'm so excited. I've been so hyped because I haven't talked to you in forever.
Yeah.
And every time I talk to you, I get super hyped, and so does everybody that listens to you. So I am so honored to have you back. It's been a while. Excited to have you fill us in on what's been going on. So I'm going to turn it over to you and let you start wherever you want.
Okay.
And obviously, give us an update on anything that you're working on and anything since last time we talked also, and give people updates.
All right, so we're working on, I'm scrolling here looking for the one article while we're talking. And the thing is, we found so many things. We're working on a documentary right now currently, and that's going really well. We're also coordinating what we're going to have a library of evidence.
So again, Tom mentions here in May of 2023 that he was currently working on the documentary, right? And he also claims that he's working on a library of evidence, right? Which now somehow has become his website, so I don't think that was his end goal with a library of evidence, but that was the idea at the time, was to have a landing page. And his obsession with Wikipedia is so misguided because anybody can edit Wikipedia. Like, there's no point of having a page on Wikipedia. But, yeah, let's keep going.
A worldwide accessible library where anybody can see the facts, and that'll get around all the ploys and tricks, and also encourage others to do the same. It's time, I believe, for people to actually show their evidence, have it accessible, and, not just speak and blow smoke, but actually show what you have. And in that...
Yeah, take your own advice, Tom. You see how he says, like, it's time to show the evidence, but he won't read his script. So what does that say?
That light, one of the things that happened recently, just one of the many things, here's the old copy of The Immortals, which became Matrix. Again, the Wachowskis just switched the letters around and added X when they took it. And
here's Tom's other fallible thought process here. He's saying that the Wachowskis took his title and moved the letters around. But you end up with L, right? Like, that's still, like, not used. If he's talking about, like, an anagram made out of his title for the mate, like, it doesn't make sense. It makes more sense to me that they titled their script The Matrix because Carrie-Anne Moss suggested that. Because whatever she read, it reminded her of that. Or there was just some weird thing where the Wachowskis named their script The Matrix, and they just so happened to find Carrie-Anne Moss with her credentials as being in a TV show in '93, also called Matrix.
And so this is the 1998 version. It's really torn up. And so would that hold up in court? Unknown. So we ordered a brand new copy and paid for it. And the Copyright Office said, no, you can't have it, because they're in with the Hollywood Group and FBI. That's why they were allowed to copyright the title The Immortals under De Laurentiis, who was the guy who was copyrighted under Assassins with Wachowskis. So what you have is them copyrighting our title and then refusing to give us our own work because they don't want any proof that it existed. A lady named Angela Hightower, I found a lady inside the Copyright Office who went around them. So she got us this almost like a week, and now it's a pristine copy with everything from the train station scene, the Switties, the little girl that, pointing.
And so this is the newer script that he parades around all of his shows. So just giving a little backstory.
Son, everything's in here, including with Red Publica. So we now have that pristine copy.
They're the same script, but he got a cleaner version that he hasn't marked up at all.
Thanks to her. And
but he also has new, like, older copies that were left on his bed while he was at the convention in Florida last year. The break-in without the break-in. Like, it only goes so far where I'm just like, I don't believe it anymore. I don't believe all of these grandiose claims that, like, the feds are breaking into his house to leave him his script. The ones that stole his script returned him. And he's fully accepting of them doing that.
Have people doing this constantly. We also have something called the Goldman Report. The Goldman Report is from a law firm that was working with the other side. And they decided, after saying they had no evidence to give to me, they decided to suddenly give it to us for a price. And so we have the Goldman Report. In this report, it reveals all about the strategies of the 302 and who the players were to shut me away.
Now, is that even on the website, this Goldman Report? Whoever is helping Tom right now, all of this stuff should be digitized online already. So that Tom can point to all of this while he's live with these hosts, and they can say, see this and this and this and this. Yes, I see. Like, look at, let's zoom in. Oh, yes, it's all scanned in. Let's read this. Like, none of that's happening.
And make it work, including a lady named Samantha Harrison right there. Child Services, yes, Child Services is working with the FBI to take away children from well-known families and just kidnap them and try to put the parents away on 302s to take their property. This lady right here had us fooled. She was talking about, came to the home and interviewed Aiden, myself, and Mom at the time I was caretaking my parents, and said, oh, I wish more families were like you. This is so stellar. Said she wanted to be a family friend. Said that Aiden could have her included in his life too. Outside, closing the files out, no problem. But she was working for the other side. In the Goldman Report, we find out she was with the clinician and my sister, who's under the FBI agent, who's a congressman, trying to make sure to build a case to shut me away. And it took about a month they were doing this. So she's caught. Samantha is caught. One of the worst players in our story.
Who are they? Who are all these people? It seems like a lot of this is just distraction from actually showing his script to the public. All of these names that nobody can really keep track of, we'd need someone that's like a highly functioning autist to go together and put a timeline of what this actually is. Like, I spent 2.5 years doing this, and I still couldn't put together a proper timeline of all the names and dates, people that did them wrong, how they were associated with, like, all of that is still very cloudy as to what happened when, and it's just a whole bunch of stories of how Tom got screwed over by such and such and such and such. Brenda says he has been talking to Penny way too long. Yeah, and she's a handler, isn't she? She was handling Susie. Tom doesn't want to hear that.
And so this report is revealing so much, including the allegations they were putting. All they have to do for these 302s is claim, have a family member who's being given rewards by an FBI operative, usually that way, who's also a congressman, black tie dinners, positions, floor of Congress into the congressional records after every 302 attempt, repeated. All they have to say is that a party claimed, you never said it, that you have a suicide pact where you're planning to kill your son and your son doesn't know it. Now, the reason they say that is they can then go to your son later after they take him away from you through Child Services. They then will talk to him and say, look, your dad was planning this and you didn't even know. That's to turn him against you. And the witness of how you truly are is then in their pocket. And it ruins you. It rips you away while you're shut away for the criminally insane. No due process, no way to address it. And then they promise you that if you comply and give them everything you want, then you may be able to see your son on visitations once in a while. Think of the horror of this. Now, you've never said it. You've never said anything about it. Meanwhile, Aiden was just told yesterday at school that he is part of the Honor Society that he is qualified and accepted to Honor Society. He is also part of PALS. He plays the piano. He scored the last soccer goal of the season. I'm his only parent. So he wants to be proud of his dad. Why would you try to take his dad away and ruin his life?
What I want to know is, how did Tom end up with custody of his son? If he was put in a mental institution for a time, wouldn't the mother have full custody of the son? Like, how did he get out of the mental institution and then get custody of Aiden? I don't understand how that happened. And then thank Heavenly Father Creator that Aiden is doing as well as he's doing, considering he had to live with Tom obsessing about all of this stuff for as long as he has.
So Samantha, what she was doing was, she's there under the pretext of, I'm there for the child, this is strictly child services for the child's benefit. No, the Goldman file shows that she wasn't there for Aiden's benefit. She was there to build a case for a 302 along with the congressman and FBI agent.
Remind people, what's a 302 for people who...
They described in the Goldman report, and the 302 is that you have had to say, a party has to be observed for like 30 days. I wasn't. And you have to say that the party has to say they're going to commit suicide and they're going to kill someone besides suicide. That's what's required. But no, and even the Goldman file says I never said that, but they got a party to say that, claim that. So here we have this child services working with a clinician, working with the sister and the FBI operative, congressman, to make sure everything sticks and to build a case. And you even have entries where it says, we went and saw the family, interviewed Aiden, whatever and all that. We don't have enough yet to put the father away. Unbelievable. So that's one of the stunning things that come through. We also have Sophia Stewart being revealed through the documentary team. We found a letter, a very important letter. Now get this, an important letter from Kate Chilton. Kate Chilton is the Warner Brothers executive that was in charge of my case to throw it. Kate Chilton was at my deposition. She is the party that also, now we know, was working with Sophia Stewart. Sophia Stewart in 2005 has a summary judgment against her. It's over. There's no, forget the urban legend, she lost. No proof whatsoever. And that was all her evidence including her 33-page.
So do you understand what Tom is saying here? Sophia Stewart's summary judgment is valid, but Tom's own summary judgment is not? And we saw what he said in the 2018 clips of that interview he did in New York, where the host was saying, well, didn't Sophia Stewart win her case? No, in a way that, like, it was just, everything was flipped upside down according to Tom, right? There was a technicality that Sophia, like, settled out of court with, but it didn't give her name, credit, and rights to creating the Matrix franchise or the Terminator franchise. You'd hear about this with James Cameron being involved in all of this too, if that were the case. So a lot of this doesn't add up, but you see how he's okay with agreeing with a summary judgment on Sophia Stewart, but when it comes to himself, he's saying, oh no, that was fabricated and, like, they purposely threw his case. Well, again, we don't have enough information here to say one way or the other.
Scribble of Third Eye. Nothing held up. In mine, they blocked all the evidence. They had an attorney with a suspended license that worked for Warner Brothers that came in under the honeypot wife and blocked all evidence. Sophia Stewart's the one that called me and said, you're the missing link. As soon as the news broke, you're the missing link. You can't claim Matrix 1. That's mine, but we'll do it together. You claim 2 and 3. Then she comes back in later and says, Tom Althouse is such a fraud. How could he claim he wrote the Matrix if he didn't claim Matrix 1? She's the one that said not to. And Rankin, the attorney that was provided, worked with Sophia Stewart, we now know. And he had said, you can't claim 1. I said, I want to claim Matrix 1. It's my right. No, you can't. And then they made a ruling in the summary judgment. They were saying, you can't claim any Matrix matchups. Anything in Matrix 1 can't be claimed for 2 and 3. That's how they say there's no matchups. So what happens is we now find this letter from Kate Chilton, which Sophia Stewart puts on her site. Why did she put it on her site, and what does it say? The Kate Chilton letter is addressing, in 2014, payment offers promised to Sophia Stewart for throwing our case. What happens is this letter that wasn't supposed to be shown is addressing, in 2005, summary judgment. She's done. She's not going to get any money. So she becomes an operative for Warner Brothers, as remember one said, in-house. So in 2005, she's promised $5 to $7 million. Think of it. She's promised by Kate Chilton and Warner Brothers $5 to $7 million. After in 2005, she's flat out lost. This is 2009, letters address it. So in 2009, she's promised $5 to $7 million after the statute for appeals has even run out. So 2005, she loses, appeal runs its course. Now Kate Chilton offers $5 to $7 million to destroy the real author. This letter is addressing the period from 2009 to 2014. Kate Chilton says she's not going to pay her in 2014. Job's already done.
I'll say this much. In spring of 2008, it was well known within film college, downtown Chicago, where I was attending Columbia. It was well known of who Sophia Stewart was and what her claims were. That was a discussion that I had with my roommates walking along State Street one night. And this was 18 years ago now. So just think of this, though, that like I was talking about Sophia Stewart way back then. And our general consensus was, you know, like, we've never heard of something like this, of like intellectual property theft and getting like on this big of a scale. At the time, had no clue who this guy was. He apparently didn't realize the Matrix was ripped off until late 2009, early 2010 when he filed his lawsuit. Online, mind you. And prior to that, he was trying to go after Warner Brothers for Demolition Man. But again, he did it around like the 8-9 year mark. Like right around the time when like the clause runs out or whatever. So there's a lot of like just patchy information here. But I can attest to the fact that at the time in the film social circles, Sophia Stewart was being talked about. She was making her rounds on the internet, and it came up in discussions between film school students, such as myself. And with me having been such a avid watcher of the Matrix franchise back when the sequels came out and being a part of the forums and everything, I had a very good understanding of the Matrix trilogy, the story, and then my own interpretation of how it all fit together, because there's obviously plot holes in the sequels. So you have to use a bit of your imagination to make things work 100%. And that's probably why people trash the third movie so much. But if it was never meant to be a trilogy starting off, then that's why there's the plot holes that there are. And this is not taking into consideration anything that Tom has said up to this point. Because now we're trying to undo a lot of what he's tried to claim because it's false information.
The author's thrown. 2014, when this letter is written, when the case is being thrown. The Maker's case. So when the case is being thrown, Sophia Stewart comes to the pot out to collect. Where's the $5-7 million you promised me to throw the case? Kate Chilton's writing a letter saying, we don't need to pay you. We did it ourselves. 2014 letter, when the case was thrown, addressing 2000. I get moved. I'm upset about it. 2005 is when your case is thrown. You're not needed. What company? What Warner Brothers? Why would Warner Brothers pay $5-7 million to a person they defeated in court? Only if they need them to be a player. So why does Sophia Stewart post this sensitive material? Because Matrix 4 came out. She claimed she had the trademark and that she was going to get millions of dollars from Warner Brothers. She didn't. All urban myth. So she wants to show the world that she was promised money. So she posts the assassin's letter. She posts the letter where she's going to get millions. Not for her work, but throwing our case. Written at the time the case is thrown. You see?
I want everyone to keep in mind that this dude walked out of his own deposition. And that goes against everything he's saying here about how he was on the precipice of winning his case when he walked out of his own questioning by the lawyers involved, telling them that the time was up, that he wasn't going to give them any more time to question him. I think that's a giant red flag. And the fact that he recorded the deposition himself and then tries to blame it on the other lawyers for swapping out his tape recorder with theirs, like, what the fuck's that about? Doesn't make sense. Like, the dots don't connect. So as much as Tom wants to say that he was about to win his court case, but then everyone involved threw it out of his favor by doing a summary judgment, they got that summary judgment because he walked out of his own deposition. And that should concern everybody that's following this guy's story. Because he has not shared that publicly, that he walked out of his own deposition. And you're not going to be hearing that anywhere else other than here. Wow. Zenray says in the chat, he walked out of his own deposition over time, and he gave up on you over 5 minutes. Ain't that the truth? I want to see if I could put this chat up on the screen. I don't know how to really do that. All right, let's keep playing this. I do want to get the chat up on the screen, though. So, because, like, the replay doesn't show all the chats.
How powerful that is? Sophia Stewart's greed and wanting to be famous. What's her company called? Writer, director, producer, all eyes on me. So since she had egg on the face because Matrix 4 was done when she claimed she had the franchise, rights to the franchise and trademark, she has to know something. So she puts up the letter, the blood money letter. And now she revealed them. So that's why they're dancing now. Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart now, including the missing article. The missing Wachowski article. Let me just explain this and I'll send it over to you again. The missing article was done in 1999 when the Wachowskis shot the first Matrix, or off our script, as we're told by the Paul Martin and others inside that were fight choreographers that were witnessing the script being shot off of, right? And keep in mind, the FBI...
Paul Martin, that's one of the names that apparently came forward, but we never hear from him. And didn't Tom say that the fight choreographer wanted to remain anonymous? So if that's him, he's like giving away the name, right?
FBI has an entry in Sophia Stewart's case, and Sophia Stewart blacked out the title. In the entry, it says a script was consulted on set called D, and she blacked out the title and tried to use it as evidence.
Okay, so this is actually a screenshot that Tom saved, and he's showing on the screen here. The Lost Wachowski Brothers interview. Interview conducted by Josh Horowitz, November 5th, 2003. I don't feel like reading that right now.
Because it says the Immortals. So this missing article addresses, in 2003, it brings the missing article back, written in 1999. See that 1999 entry? So in 1999, they had an interview. Horowitz, who's very famous as an interviewer. He does an interview but never releases it until 2003, when they use up the rest of the story, as Joel Silver said. So they bring it out at this time.
And I think, what, wasn't November 5th, 2003, the release day of Matrix Revolutions? So this is about a 96 interview. Yeah, that's kind of weird that it wasn't published. Yeah, it says today the brothers are as infamous for their refusal to do any interviews. And, you know, that doesn't help the Wachowskis' case either, because, like, they have something else entirely different going on with, like, dressing up like women. It just doesn't make sense why they're doing that unless it's part of a ritual. And Tom and I talked candidly about that as well, that it's like it's a punishment. Like, I agree it's a punishment, but I don't know how much it has to do with Tom. I don't think it has anything to do with Tom at this point, to be honest. And welcome back, Brenda.
Now, in it, it talks about a Plastic Man and Carnivore, and then it's asking near the bottom, what else is in store for you, right? And they say, we're hoping to be given the science project. Now, this is very, very, very important because, let me see if I can actually find it here. Let's see if we can actually find it because it's very, very important. There's a science fiction project that we really want to make, but it's very expensive, but they keep telling us, so we'll see. Hopefully it'll happen. If that was Matrix in 2003, why did they say Matrix? Right, I mean, sorry, 1999, why did they say Matrix?
Maybe because they were trying to keep it under wraps, Tom? You never thought of that? Or they just didn't have a title for their script yet? You see, I was taking Tom's side with all of this for so long, and now we're questioning this from the other side. We're questioning this from the standpoint that the Wachowskis did put together a script called The Matrix, but that they didn't take from Tom's Immortal script. A lot of this is going off of Tom's word and nothing more. He could show all of these things about how they wanted to 302 him, like it just doesn't pertain to like the theft here, if that's even what's occurring.
Matrix is out. It just came out. Why don't they say Matrix? But instead it's saying, they're saying science fiction project, codenamed science project. Now above it, it's talking about Plastic Man. So if this is referring to Plastic Man, why are they talking about Plastic Man all above, about what it's about, what they want to do? And then coming down to this question, see the long pause? There's a science fiction project that we really want to make. Why would they say Plastic Man? So what Horowitz did is they made the article disappear again. And now they have a cover article saying, well, that phrase was talking about Plastic Man. No, it's not. It's not. If you actually have the article, which was on our storage of evidence that we didn't know was there, they struck it from the web. We had it. So now you can clearly see it's not about Plastic Man. It's about another project. The science.
So, I want to keep this in mind too. When Tom was going after Warner Brothers in late 2009, he was having help from one of his significant others. Whether it was his first wife or second wife, probably his second wife, Becky, whatever. Becca. At some point, she walked away from all of this too. The court assigned Tom with a lawyer because he couldn't afford one, so he took that route. Tom discovered later that that attorney had ties to Warner Brothers. He should have did his research before all that. Like somebody, look, I don't know. How many people need to hold Tom's hand through all of this stuff? Why isn't he competent with going to court and winning his case? Why does he have to ask help from 100 different people and then cut them all off? And say, oh, like the documentary's still being made. Like he's bullshitting us. Not only that there's a documentary coming out that's never going to come out, but the fact that there are multiple people that he said at the time when I was over at his house, that there's multiple people working on different documentaries. Where are all of them? There should be like 6, 7 documentaries at this point. What do you mean, Brenda? So, in the chat, Brenda's asking, am I a rare, or is he just talking about crap? I don't know what you're saying at the beginning there. But I'm just going to agree with you, say that he's just... He did his homework with taking these articles, but, like, this is probably from Internet Archive, if anything. I don't know how he got his hands on some of these articles, which is good for him, right? But when his story doesn't hold water anymore, you got to think, like, who pushed him in this direction to go after the Wachowskis? Because he was going after, Forever Young? Or no, not even that. He was going after Demolition Man. He was trying to say Demolition Man stole his idea too. and The Matrix was already on video in store. Like, it was already out of the theaters. And he went to court over Demolition Man in the early 2000s. Okay, so Brenda's asking what's up on the screen. So this is an article that I guess he archived from the internet that was released in 2003, but the author claims it was from 96, like an interview they conducted in 96 before the Wachowskis shut themselves out from doing interviews. Is that making sense?
Project. What they told me Mortals was referred to, while it's entered in the Copyright Office as the Mortals under Dean Laurentiis, who worked with the Wachowskis, brought them in and wine and dined them, promised them fame, beautiful women, everything. That's what the Copyright Office has, is his name, his company's on the Immortals title, the Copyright Office. So that's just a science project. And this is what his entry for the Copyright Office was the same time this article was being written. See? The Wachowskis weren't given the Immortals yet to steal. They hadn't chosen them yet. In fact, the people that were picked, including the Copyright Office shows us this, was Tom Hanks and Wendy Wasserstein, the writer of the Hottie Chronicles, and Tom Hanks. The copyright entries say this: Immortals title, same subtitles, all those 246 subtitles under Immortals with Dean Laurentiis. It says, Tom Hanks, commissioned by Warner Brothers to write the Immortals. No body of work. Also an entry, Wendy Wasserstein, commissioned by Warner Brothers to write the Immortals. Separate entry.
And these entries in the Copyright Office cannot be accessed by the public. You have to get written permission from the authors, including Tom himself here for the Immortals. You need to get written permission to get copies mailed to your house. So, even though I went and made an account on the Copyright Office and all the, like, there's like this website for legal documents, for court documents. Like, I can access all the records for Tom's case. And, like, maybe we'll look through that at some point. But as far as the Copyright Office goes, you need to have written permission from the author, which explains why Tom doesn't have copies of Tom Hanks's Immortals or Wendy Wasserstein's Immortals. And Wendy Wasserstein is a theater director. So she's not even involved in Hollywood, as far as I'm concerned. But you also have other titles called the Immortals that are in the Copyright Office that go back even further than that. It's not like he has copyright on the title Immortals anyway. I mean, like Marvel made a movie called Immortals just a few years ago. With like Angelina Jolie in it, right? Or maybe that was called Eternals. There's some movie, like, there's an Immortals out there, isn't there? I'm just gonna look that up real quick. 2011, there was one made called Immortals. There's also a TV series called Immortals from 2018. Do I show this? Here, Tom. Tom Althouse, why are you not going against these people? They stole your title, right? Mortal man chosen by Zeus to lead the fight against the ruthless King Hyperion, who's on a rampage across Greece to obtain a weapon that can destroy humanity. So again, just because like it's titled The Immortals doesn't mean that it has anything to do with Tom's script. And we have Tom Hanks that has an entry in the Copyright Office, but like we don't know what it says in there. We don't know what it's all about. Let's get back to this interview though.
See what I'm saying? So that was who they were first picked. So when they read this article, the reason you see long pause, Emma, is because the Wachowskis weren't supposed to say this. They weren't supposed to mention this. But they want to save face like Sophia Stewart wants to save face. So they then say, they call it the science project, thinking they get away with that. That's why they struck the article. It's called a missing article, even by the own author. That's why it didn't run in 1999. It had to come out in 2003 and they thought they were done with it. So they do this article and don't release it until years later. So here we have the proof. Long pause. They spell out science project. They weren't given it yet. Dino Laurentiis, the copyright office at this very time, shows Immortals commissioned by Tom Hanks commission and Money Washington commission, not Wachowski's. So what Joel Silver does is give them Bound to Direct. They call it the audition piece. That's why it's called an audition piece. Bound to Direct, where they put my grandmother's name, Violet, as the main character representing Larry. And then the suits give the science project to the Wachowskis. And that's when they say they moved in 95, 96 to Hollywood, had millions, and got a mansion, and were contracted then to rewrite the work.
You're dropping bombs. Oh my goodness.
And see,
Now, the reason they stuck all those matchups in the Immortals,
we're taking Tom's word on all of this as of this interview. Like, that's all we have to go off of. Like, think about this being Tom's one chance to prove his case. We just have to take his word on everything he just explained there, right? Brenda says, I've seen that movie come up on Netflix. Yeah. And I've heard of it before. I'm surprised it came out so long ago. Was it like 15 years ago now? This year?
The Matrix, that first graphic with, well, we found out more now, as I told you. Much more in there than what we thought. I mean, powerful. Not going to get away from this now, Wachowskis. I love the face there because that's exactly what it's going to look like. So what you have is, in that original graphic, in the interrogation scene, first scene I wrote, first scene they shot, the reason they're sticking all that in there is like,
you know, Tom just referenced Kevin Smith and Jason Mewes in the sidebar there. I don't think he's watched a single movie of theirs. I don't even think he knows their name. Other than what's on the screen there.
so Stewart, they're sticking it all in there because they're going to put the author's personal information in the first graphic. So they have a leg up on Warner Brothers because they were so mad over Assassins. So angry over Assassins that another writer was brought in to finish it. See, that's why they had to have, that's why Joel Silver gave them their audition piece Bound and then gave them our work, superseding or going around Tom Hanks. Promised Tom Hanks and promised.
I'll tell you this much. Bound has Freemasonry symbolism in it. They use the 11 symbolism. I'm going to have to do a video on that across all different films that I've seen the symbolism used in. But it's a common theme. It's like a rite of passage for these industry heads like the Wachowskis, like Christopher Nolan. And unfortunately, like some of these other local directors, like there's a lot of different movies that have the 11 symbolism in it, but it's all related to Freemasonry. Framing the lie. Framing the lie between two pillars. And the Wachowskis did that in Bound. They also used similar actors with it. So they used Carrie Ann Moss and Joel Pantoliano in Bound. And then they show up again in The Matrix. So it's just all weird. I'm actually thinking if Carrie Ann Moss was even in Bound. I don't know. Let's check real quick. I want to be accurate on that. Okay, maybe Carrie Ann Moss was not in Bound, but Joe Pantoliano was. Carrie Ann Moss and Joe Pantoliano were in Memento together, which is Christopher Nolan's movie. You see how all this kind of connected? There was a sense of plausibility with Tom's story, but like I've said, like the further we get into this and question it, the more it falls apart.
To Wendy Wasserstein. Wendy Wasserstein would have been the better candidate because she was a award-winning for the Heidi Chronicles on Broadway. Not a screenwriter, but a playwright. They thought they could get around with that. Tom Hanks they chose because they thought that would have popular appeal at the time. That a young star suddenly had the bug for writing and wrote a hit. So they thought that would be a real PR plus to say Tom Hanks suddenly got the bug for writing and wrote, and gets to steal the work. Tom Hanks was supposed to be my handler when I was in Hollywood in 1996. Yes,
What?
through Ellen Gear. He was the one I was told. Ron Howard and Tom Hanks were supposed to handle me in Hollywood.
I've heard horrible things about Tom Hanks. I mean, even like Isaac Cappy used to whistleblow Tom Hanks too.
Well, it's interesting. They lump Ron Howard and Tom Hanks to be my handlers. So that raises
I don't know how accurate that is as well, because again, we have to just go based off of Tom's word here. Like, he could name 5 more names that are like proof that he had something of like a handler involved with Tom Hanks and Ron Howard. I don't know. I'll go back 10 seconds here. Oh no, it doesn't want to play. I shouldn't have done that. Come on. How y'all doing in the chat there? I accidentally made this freeze up.
But Isaac Cappy used to
There we
whistle blow Tom Hanks too.
Well, it's interesting. They lump Ron Howard and Tom Hanks to be my handlers. So that raises a flag. What's up with Ron Howard? So let me take it to you now. Give it to you, and then we can go from there, whatever you want to address. Because I love the inserts, what we discovered on the inserts now, and everything else is just, oh, my mind's being blown. Documentary team's mind's being blown. We are finding stuff that's just like, it's all coming out. It's like the wall just cracked, and it's just treasures pouring out.
That's what I was gonna say. To me, it seems like a dam broke. You know, like you've been itching to, pounding away at this dam, trying to break it, and all the logs are starting to float away. But it feels like you've, made your grand entrance through there.
Absolutely. Look at the fiance. Look at the person I was engaged to be married to, and who she was. Now they're saying she's a player. Their own people inside are also leaking that Otika Bernard, who they made disappear from the airwaves. Try to look her up. You'll see her singing at St. Paul's Methodist in Shawnee, Oklahoma. That's it, in a very blurry image.
What about Angela Davis, Tom?
You can't find her. And what's interesting is they actually changed her birthday, as they did mine, on records. So what I sent you was, you'll see Otika Bernard's birthday, and if you look at the graphic in Matrix, what Wachowski's put in, Neo's birthday. What's very interesting is, Neo's birthday is my fiance's birthday. So my birthday is above it. So on that graphic is my birthday and her birthday. They did the same thing in Manhattan High Castle. So you'll see Otika Bernard, who is Senator David Boren's niece, senior senator, Paul Ryan's cousin. Paul Ryan, powerful Republican family. Parents both doctors. That's who handled me. That's who made it possible for me to pitch it to...
This is all Emma's show still. They're going... I think Tom's looking through his own thing here.
Bonham Jura.
Or no, it's Emma looking through her email here.
And so what you have is...
You see this? Tom sent all of these attachments to Emma. Like, I'm sure she shares a few of these things, but... like... Tom has given himself enough rope to hang himself, figuratively, you know? Awesome, Zen. And Brenda.
Tom, did you want me to bring that up?
Go down to the pictures on the bottom, and I'll show you where it is. It's on the picture scroll.
Oh, that makes sense.
Okay, see the picture of the pretty woman in black with the jewelry?
Right here.
Pop that up real quick. I give you me and my fiance at the time when I pitched the screenplay, Otika Bernard. Otika Ball.
Wow. You look so
There we
good.
are.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, that was what I looked like. That's the writer of The Matrix. That's what I looked like when I wrote it. And it was Rockefeller's.
There he said it. There's the writer of The Matrix. This is where Tom lies. And to those that have commented that Tom never has said that he wrote The Matrix, here he is. He just said it. Calling me a liar? Get the fuck out of here.
And so what you have is.
That to me, Tom? Did you want me to bring that up?
Go down to the pictures on the bottom, and I'll show you where it is. It's on the picture scroll.
We'll hear it one more time.
Okay, see the picture of the pretty woman in black with the jewelry?
Right here.
Pop that up real quick. I give you me and my fiance at the time when I pitched the screenplay, Otika Bernard. Otika Ball.
Wow. You look so
There we
good.
are.
Oh, look at you.
Yeah, that was what I looked like. That's the writer of The Matrix. That's what I looked like when I wrote it.
You hear that? Total liar. He did not write The Matrix. He is saying that that is him, the writer of The Matrix. Wrong. He is a liar. He is a fraud. He gets caught up in this shit after so long he's on these shows. He's not even on here for 23 minutes. It's 23 minutes, 52 seconds. He's saying, look, it's the writer of The Matrix. Him referring to himself. He's saying that's the person who wrote The Matrix. No, it's not. Not having that.
And it was Rockefellers that were taking care of us. Both gave us employment, were taking care of us. David Rockefeller was handling us at the time. So before they decided to drop us from the screenplay, we were told they were going to make it.
Are you trying to tell me that Tom was okay with a Rockefeller helping him out? This dude has admitted to being a Freemason. Tom Althouse has admitted to being part of the Freemasonry, and here he's saying that David Rockefeller was helping him. Jeez.
So what happens is, go to the next slide.
By the way, these glasses are helping from these LED lights, because like they tire me out from time to time, and that's part of why I'm wearing them for so long here.
Yeah. Take a look.
And yeah, Zenray says, I'm just rearranging my space and cleaning. Good times. And Zen also said, Brenda, I believe you did the same thing not too long ago. Brenda says, yes, I did, Chad. LOL. And Missing Time says, see, everyone is spring cleaning in February. Yep. And I need to get around to doing that myself here. And I also need to do some like digital spring cleaning. I need to put stuff in the folders, put them on the archive drives. Back things up that I haven't backed up yet. But for, like, I got probably 90% of what I need backed up. I just backed up the entire Bachelor's Grove channel on YouTube. So that's more of a side thing. We'll talk about that near the end of the show here. But I am going to be launching a new channel just about Bachelor's Grove. And it's going to be an adventure. I'll tell you that much. It's going to involve me going and doing live streams there on that land over there. Part of it's forest preserve, part of it's the cemetery that's owned by different people. It's all public though. So from sunrise to sunset, 7 days a week. But there's stuff going on with the energy grid that I want to explore with that area of Illinois.
Birthday. 311, right? 311. Now let's go to the inserts, the first insert graphic Wachowski's did to get back at Warner Brothers. That is up top with the green, little green showing. Got two different versions. One's as it actually appears in the show, and then below it on the far right, below it is the entries made clearer. So if you pop that or the one below it, you'll see what I'm talking about. You can do the one below it if you want. Same and cleared up. Okay, can you see it clear enough? Go to the one below it. Yeah, it'll be easier. This is a cleaned up version. Oh, that's not big enough, is it? Okay, go. No.
Missing Time says, I'm like 40 minutes away from you, totally down to help on the Grove project. By all means. I need to go there individually, like on like solo trips, but going with someone else is going to be a necessity. So I'll take you up on that offer, Missing Time. Because there's elements to that location that are not being explored as of right now. Like, everyone's so preoccupied with the paranormal and everything that's happening there being related to the deceased, but like, I think we're dealing with a lot more in that location. And I don't want to share exactly the details on all that just yet. I will, but like, I'm like, the thoughts that I'm having about that is I'm questioning what I'm even thinking about doing over there, but it's all going to be within my rights to do so, and I'm not like doing anything out of the ordinary, just stuff that hasn't been done there as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, we'll talk about more of that once we're done with this interview of Tom and Emma here.
Can I just see it? Okay, see the birthday for Neo, March 11th. Otika's birthday, my fiance at the time, who talked to Bonaventura during the pitch session, is Neo's birthday. Her birthday's Neo's birthday. My birthday, as it was in the records in 1999, July 22nd, above her. The reason they picked Otika's birthday in there, along with my high school, my dad's name, and everything else in that graphic, boy, which obviously went overboard, didn't they? They were angry that another writer was brought in to finish Assassins. Central West High, they call it junior high. Central West High, my high school.
I'll say this much about this. This was one of the more compelling pieces of quote-unquote evidence that Tom had. But if his birthday's July 2nd, why did his ID say the 22nd? And why... It doesn't make too much sense there. And for him to recognize his fiance's birthday and his own within the same page on this, like... I don't know what to say on that. But that's not his original birthday. And then below, he says nothing about the expiration date on Neo's passport being September 11th, 2001. Like, that, I think, would be even more jaw-dropping. Like, what exactly is going on here? Look at that. Expiration date. The expiration date right here. September 11th, 2001. That stuck out to me back when I was rewatching stuff in the mid-2000s. I'm like, what is that about? And then, of course, there's YouTube channels that talk about that. But, like, Tom just glosses over the 9/11 thing here. Which I think that is even more of a question mark than everything else that's in this little description. Like, you'd think Tom would roll with that too, but like, if he was part of the Freemasons and he had David Rockefeller funding him, who knows if he was put up to doing this stuff. But I'll tell you this much. When I went and personally visited Tom Althouse to work on the documentary he wanted made, and then he said he didn't want it made. Me visiting him, I got to see him in his day-to-day environment. And he did come off as a normal, everyday person, besides him having his, like, I don't know what you would call it. He'd have, like, episodes of, like, going through stuff, like, talking to himself and trying to make sense of things, and I wrote it off like it was his, like, absent-minded professor vibes he was giving off. I don't know. Yeah, missing time. The September 11th thing on the passport for Neo, it says it expires September 11th, 2001. I'll make it big.
My dad's name, John. Anderson, my Scottish clan name. Thomas A, my name. My birthday above. My fiance's birthday below. Even capital city is Washington, D.C., which is where my main character's based that's representing me. Single was emeritus status, yes.
Yeah. And you know, the only way we can get a higher resolution still of this is looking at the digital copy and grabbing it off of that. But I have not taken the time to do that. Zenry says, sounds like MK Ultra behavior. Yeah, you know, I don't have the answer for that. But, like, washing dishes after cooking and stuff, and saying, okay, I gotta go and do this, I'm washing the fork, and I'm washing the spoon, and I gotta take this care of this, oh, I forgot if I don't need to do this, and Like, that was Tom's behavior, whatnot was there. And it wasn't like that all the time. And I'm trying to be as candid as I can here. Like I said, for the most part, he seemed like a normal human individual dude, whatever you want to call it. Everyday dude. But when it came to actually getting work done, he blamed me for not getting work done. Even though I was at the ready. Like, I showed up at his place. My time is at his dispense. And then he chooses to watch Netflix upstairs.
And it goes on. Then they add 9/11. In the next page flip is Thomas A. Anderson, my name's got his plan name, 9/11 is there, because they're going to go ahead in September 11th, they're going to show that a false flag's coming, because my screenplay was talking about a false flag coming. So when you go to Man in the High Castle, you have the entries in Man in the High Castle of Otika's birthday, March 11th. My birthday, July 2nd. My sons that were killed, their birthdays, December 7th and October 14th. My mom's birthday, all in the rap sheet in Man in the High Castle.
Okay. So again, like, we covered the Man in the High Castle stuff on the interviews that I did on this channel with Tom. I took it all at face value for what he was showing, because clearly it spoke to him. And we were all under the impression he was telling us the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Let's read the chat here real quick. Brenda says, chat after the weather, we need to do MKU. Zen says, yes. And about that, I think what you guys are doing with your show is fantastic. My only advice is don't rush anything. So if you don't feel ready to do the show just yet, like, get a little more of the research built up. Like this past week, I decided not to do my deep dives, Coral Castle or Bermuda Triangle. I just wasn't up to getting into more of it this week, like this past week. Like, I'll do the next scheduled show. It's supposed to be Wednesday on Coral Castle. But there was a whole lot of other stuff that came up with me looking back into Bachelor's Grove and seeing that there's something similar there too. So that's part of what I'm going to be talking about at the end of this, like what I plan to do with all of that. But yeah, if it doesn't feel like the time is right, like don't rush the show out. Like, I think it'll be real nice and concise when you do decide to have a show on a certain topic. So that's all I wanted to share on that. And Brenda says, Steve, I don't think Tom knows what he wants or what he is doing. And unfortunately, I agree with you, Brenda. Because didn't we have these, like, bombshell revelations during all the interviews? Like, we can go back. I could do a documentary pulling from all the clips, all the interviews we did, and then all of these shows on Let's Talk About It, and I can put together an hour and a half, 2-hour documentary covering all of this stuff, but it'd just be skimming the surface of it. But it's possible to have a complete documentary covering what's transpired over the past 4 years, right? Because you have all the 22, 23, 24, and 25, and now this is year 5, 26. But it seemed like we had a direction we wanted to go into. I know there was a time we were talking about contacting Kate Chilton, getting her on the show, contacting Rankin, Anthony Rankin, the attorney that was assigned to him, that still operates out of Hawaii, getting him on the show and talking. Having the Wachowskis talk with Tom on the same screen. But, like, if the Wachowskis don't take Tom seriously, which they don't, then they're never going to show up on screen with Tom unless they're tricked into doing so. The same way Tom will probably never come on my channel again unless I pose as a person that I'm not and offer him to be on my new show, and then it pops up that, hey, it's me, Tom, hi. He'll close out of the window so fast, and I don't want to be deceptive like that. Like, I present myself as myself. I don't hide behind different identities. It doesn't sit well with me with that. But like, we had all these different opportunities to expand in a different direction, and Tom it's just like it kept resetting. Like, he's always going to that, oh, we're just on the precipice, everything's about to come out. And then it never comes out. Or the people working on the documentary are no longer involved. Like, he doesn't expand on that. Why not? And then with all of these different hosts that drop him, or he drops them, why did Emma delete this? Was she embarrassed that she was duped? Or was there something else? Did he come on to her? We don't know. We're just asking questions here we don't have answers to. Tom has said about how she was attractive to him. Like, not that Emma was attracted to Tom, but that Tom was attracted to Emma. And then he talks about her makeup, how she doesn't need to wear so much makeup, that she's naturally beautiful. I take away from that he was garnering feelings towards her more than friends. Zenray says maybe you were seeing his meds wear off, possibly. There's that too. Zen, it's really hard to say. Because the situation that I walked in on in 2024, I mean, this was WrestleMania 40. The week of WrestleMania 40, I was at Tom's house. Like, I had to watch it on my laptop. But beyond that, so WrestleMania is like the tagline for it is the showcase of the immortals. How ironic that I was like working in Tom's house during the showcase of the immortals, WrestleMania 40. But beyond that, in the situation he was in at the time, he said that Aiden got into an accident with Tom's car on the highway. That Tom had to go pick him up, and he was okay and everything, right? So that car got totaled, and Tom bought Aiden like a early 2000s, late 90s Mustang, right? And a blown out muffler. Tom picked me up from the Houston airport with that Mustang. Drove an hour to his place with the blown muffler. I could barely hear him talking and stuff in the car. He claimed it was the engine. That's a whole different story. Tom's not a car guy. But, you know, I like American muscle. I could tell the difference between a blown muffler and an engine, okay? So he had limited transportation. Aiden was taking the Mustang to school and everything, right? He was, I think, in his senior year. He was choosing between colleges he wanted to go to. Tom said that Aiden was spending a lot of time over at his girlfriend's place, and that his girlfriend's parents kind of adopted Aiden. So was Aiden really spending that much time living with Tom? If like he's running upstairs when he comes home from school, he gets his dinner brought up to him. Like, Aiden didn't come downstairs and eat dinner with us. And that's my personal observance. I was there. I did briefly speak with Aiden when I first got there. Tom called him down to say hi to me, shook my hand. He was very, like, standoffish, like he didn't trust me, right? Tom said that, oh, that's just because of everybody else that's come through to help Tom that screwed him over, right? Now, that was not my intention to speak badly about Tom during any of that. Even to this day, I had no intentions to be questioning him the way I am now. In terms of, hey, I think you're lying, Tom. You need to show more proof and evidence and whatnot. Not like, oh, his birthday was the 22nd because it was misdone. Like, how do you have a DMV license, driver's license, that has the incorrect birthday? How did the incorrect birthday even end up on there if you have a birth certificate that says July 2nd? And then why did they use the incorrect one up here in this script, if that's even the case? There's a lot of elements at play here. But you see what I'm saying? But as far as like, I'll get back to Tom being in his element. Tom was also concerned during the time I was there in 2024 about his finances, because he didn't have income coming. So he's not working. He's just doing all these shows, doing all of this. He was talking with me about doing roadshow tours, taking these interviews cross country, me speaking with him on the same screen. He was telling me all these things. I said, I don't want this, but like, thank you. Like, I'll do some of this stuff, but that's not my intention going in here doing, like, helping you out. I don't want to have this be like a pity party of just going from host to host being like, oh, we almost had it. Here's our story. He said, I'm part of the story now. He said I was his Morpheus, that I saved him from whatever Matrix he was in. So I don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say about all that. Because the way that he pulled a 180 on all of this, I had invested so much time in here, and then he just goes and says, oh, whatever. Let's move our separate ways in honor of his 2 dead sons. His words, not mine. Like, when he starts doing that, then to me, it seems like that's his safety net. When he cannot prove his case, he just reverts back to, well, I don't want to talk about that, so let's move on our separate ways in honor of my 2 dead children, right? I'm actually surprised I even still have these Morpheus glasses. I got these after Reloaded came out. There was an option to, like, these are $700 glasses in here. These, on the other hand, these were picked up in Oklahoma on a day trip last year while I was staying at Susie's after all in Texas. But yeah, there was a time when you could get a replica Matrix glasses, and they were cool. I was thinking of getting the Smith ones, but I wanted the Morpheus ones, and I used them in my own projects too. I did some Matrix parodies and stuff. There's clips somewhere. I'd really have to dig them out. But let's continue on.
How many birthdays going to put in? So that's in the Man in the High Castle. Now, if you go to that other graphic, go back to the main page. Now go to the clock scene. Did I send you the clock scene from Man in the High Castle? The train station scene from. See, that's what's interesting. Train station scene, train station scene. Both are very important in Man in the High Castle and Matrix in the rip-off process. I don't see it here.
And again, didn't we come to the conclusion that the train station scene, like, we read a page of that to review it, and it had to do with World War II, right? Like, you have to really stretch a lot of these claims in order for them to connect. Just like with the Wachowskis, with the world of the trilogy of the Matrix, you have to connect the dots yourself as a viewer. You have to put your own input into whatever's being shown as is. You have to add to it with your own imagination in order for a lot of it to work.
If you go up, scroll up to the main listings, and we're going to look for the train station, the entry, Man in the High Castle. I don't see it right now. Okay, let me just head out a second here. I don't know if I can access my thing.
On this one? Oh, Man in the High Castle.
There it is, that one, right there. You hit it. Thank you. Hit that one. Now here's how they play. Otika was responsible for me being able to pitch the screenplay. She was responsible for it being successful, for being able to finish it. Now get this graphic in Man in the High Castle. Keep in mind, her birthday, my 2 sons' birthday, my mom's birthday, all the Man in the High Castle rap sheets, right? And look at this. Now, in the industry, I may have said this, I don't have said this.
Otika Ball. So I'll give him this much, man. Like, there's some wild synchronicities that happen. I'd say this is one of those wild synchronicities, as well as the rap sheet for Neo in the original. Because again, we're talking about a high school called Central. You know how many high schools are called Central? Like, if we were to look up a database on that, like, it'd probably pull up hundreds, if not thousands, of schools called Central. Now, Tikoku Station, I don't know. It's kind of weird. Her name is Otika, and then this is displayed, and she has similar characteristics to the fiance he had at the time when he was a Freemason with the Rockefellers. I mean, he's clearly said all of this now. But as if they're doing this to mock him or take jabs at him, it's a tall order to accept here. But let's keep going.
Before. The clock above. First look at the clock above. See 7-2 backwards? The Alice in Wonderland mirror image looking through the looking glass? You have the clock backwards. That means a life that's in disarray, a life that's in chaos, a life that's being destroyed. The mirror image is what Hollywood does as code. And so you look at the top. If you take the hands and do a mirror on it, you'll get 7-2. See how it's 10-5? They do a mirror image of your birthday. 7-2 becomes 10-5. You flip it, and that means your life is over. They've destroyed you. It's a signal in the thing that the man is dead. He's finished. His life is over, as he knows it. He's destroyed. It signals. Now, why this is pertinent is it's a stacked entry. See, the 7-2 is backwards on top. That's the mirror image of Alice in Wonderland. Now go below. The woman, does she not look kind of like Otika, the character?
Well, it's either she looks like her or she doesn't. It can't be kinda looks like her. With major claims comes major evidence, right? And what was he saying here? That it was flipped? What the clock? What's the clock reading? It's either like 3:50 or 10:20. There's just a general lack of focus with all of this content. Like, as many times I interviewed Tom 22 times. 22 times. And each time, like, by the second or third interview is when he started ducking and dodging direct questions I was asking. And I should have known right there, oh man, this is gonna be a long trip. If there's any truth to this whatsoever, it's gonna take a long time to get there. But I was ready to see it through to the end. He knew this too. That I was ready to see this through to the end. He knew that I archive things.
After they got cast. Now watch this. T-E-I-K. Pronounce it. T-E-I-K is Teak, with O in the front. Teak is the nickname that was used when she talked to Bonaventura. We said this is Teak. I always called her Teak. Otika was Teak. So they put Teak in. They even personalized it. Teak. O-K-U stay. Well, that's really powerful. Teak went to Oklahoma State University. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, she went to Oklahoma State University. She's looking down. The clock's in disarray. The school she went to, her nickname, because when she left, when they talked her away using a Disney contact, my world was over. And that's when they gave my work to the Wachowskis.
Again, these are claims that he can't back up with evidence. Like, no, I don't care how much he cries about it, man. I don't know. Give me a second. With Tom here, he needs to have evidence for all of this. And he says he's showing it, but he's not. He's clearly not. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about the lack of evidence. And really, at this point, we're looking at much more than simply his script and whether there's matchups or not. But like I said, I have the list of his supposed matchups. Like, that's totally something we could look over. In fact, for the next show, I think that's exactly what we'll do. And I still have to watch that Matrix TV series. What I should do with that is take key elements out of that, which look like... Because I assume I'm going to find... I didn't want to use the word, but matchups in 93 Matrix, the TV series, that link together to the Wachowskis. Like, inspirational types of scenes, moments from that TV series with Carrie Ann Moss that's then carried over into the Wachowskis' 1999 Matrix. Or The Matrix. Because there's no "the" in the title for the TV show. It's just Matrix, one word.
They're giving Atika a thank you for destroying the author, the man she was engaged to, for rewards. And she made out like a bandit. Then they made her disappear. She wanted to be famous and be a world actress. She disappears. That's part of the deal. They make you disappear. And so, here's the person that made it possible for me to write the Matrix story. The person that I loved dearly and committed myself to. And when they broke me, that's when the Wachowskis are handed the work. See how they do it?
My mind is just a little bit blown right now, so just give me a minute to recover from this, Tom.
And see, this was all new information to Emma, right? Like, this Man in the High Castle stuff was all new at the time with Tom presenting it all. But, like, where's Otika Ball now? Why can't he contact her and get her to show on an interview with him? That would help his case tremendously. Because she would be at the source of where a lot of this started, right? The Freemasonry, the Rockefellers, Pat Robertson. That's who Otika Ball's connected to with all of this, right? Is it Lenny Coco's daughter?
That's right.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Wait till you see what they do with my dad.
Who is this, you that discovers these really critical moments? Or do you have
No, I have insiders tell me.
Yeah.
Insiders will contact me. How would I know? So they come and tell me what it means, what it's about. That first graphic with the high school and her name. What's it?
So Tom admits he's not finding all this on his own, which I kind of assumed that. And, like, other people bring it to his attention. But, like, we also know that Tom is sitting there watching Netflix, saying, oh, yeah, they stole, here's my script in this scene. Oh, look, in Star Trek, here it is over here. The more he expands on that, the less credibility he has in my eyes. Like, Ratatouille? Come on, man. This just makes no sense.
Interesting is the insider from the story department of Warner Brothers did not realize it was Otika's birthday. He didn't tell me that. He told me about the high school, my dad's name, my name, all that, and I was blown away. He said this would be the bomb that would blow up, and he'd reveal himself once we succeed. That's why we expect to hear from him if he's still alive when the documentary comes out. Boy, does he have a story to tell. But what's interesting is he didn't know about Otika's birthday, we assume. He didn't tell us about that. And what's interesting, too, is remember that thing you...
I assume that Tom is talking about VidNet. I'm not going to reveal the email of this guy, but they're also choosing to remain anonymous. But if it's VidNet, let me know, because I know you're watching today. And I know the other documentary guy's been watching these shows, too. The Matrix Redeemed guy. The one that has an IMDb entry. I know both of you are watching this. I have a suspicion that Tom's watching this as well. Like, look, I'm giving Tom advice here on how to strengthen his case. But he's not going to follow my advice. Like, you kidding me? But here I am, still saying, here's how the proper way to do things is.
You called out that showed her birthday as being March 11th. They have changed her birthday to 2 different versions. They now claim it's January 8th or August 1st, or reversing the numbers. So now they've changed her birthday on official records. They changed it because they don't want this being revealed. Where that record shows it was what we always celebrated, March 11th. Isn't that something? How far they go to try to cover their trail, including the missing article, which they call.
So is it August 1st or January 8th or March 20th? I don't know what's going on here. He confuses his audience with providing, dare I say it, too much information. By overloading the audience with information that's not pertinent to his story, it just makes everything confusing. Even the court transcriber in the deposition audio is like, stop talking, Tom. I need to, like, I can't have 2 people talking at the same time, talking over each other and transcribing it. But for us as an audience to follow along with who he's talking about and what year it was and everything, like, it's so unorganized. There's never, like, a proper ending to any of these interviews. It's always the cliffhanger ending of, oh, just wait until next time.
The missing article. The lost article, I'm sorry, lost article.
Literally
calling it that. So on and on it goes, including what we discovered about my dad.
What'd you discover about your dad?
Well, go back to the main thing again and go down to the Reichsmarks, the dollars, because this also applies pretty wild. It's a stacked entry, which is just sad. Sad they go this far. See, people go, why would they do this? Because they want to be clever. The more clever you are in the industry, the more clout you have. And so they practice being clever. And they want to pull it over, they want to mock the destroyed life. They figured, I'm destroyed, I can't do anything about it. But they forgot about compassion. If we care about others and want to make a difference, we never stop.
They
So
reward
go down
people for being evil, you know? It's like nobody would do these things if there wasn't these rewards waiting for them, you know, whether it's money and fame and recognition and immortality. You know, there's always that carrot dangling. The system would break apart if it didn't have
Exactly.
the power element of reward to people who do bad things.
That's right. And that's why it's amazing that they call it stacking, put all these things all through. Go to, we'll go back to Walking Dead buries his son in a second, but let's go down to the bottom image that they're showing.
These
That's
ones?
the image they're showing on the very bottom, when you scroll down to the very bottom. No, I mean the very bottom of it.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, right there. Go to the money. Let's go to the money. See the money shot? Money shot.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, right there. Pop that up. Okay, this is very, very important. You have, seems like it's blown up. Did I give you a blow up one? I shouldn't have. Anyway, so you have $2 in Reichsmarks and a $5 in Reichsmarks. So what you have is 7, 2, and look at the registration number on the bottom. 563-3263, 5959, 59 twice. This is what is explained to me. July 2nd, 59, 7259, $7, $2, 59.50.
What is he talking about? What he just said and what's being shown on screen don't match up. I'm all for dissecting numerology and everything, but like that's a stretch even for what I look into with all that. Brenda says, oh wait, now he has a past in The Walking Dead. Tom is saying here that there was a burial of a son scene and somehow it's a jab at him. I don't know. Like, he's seeing himself in everything he watches, which is kind of what, like, when you go and watch films and TV series, like, you look to relate to the characters that are there. It's kind of like, to give an example with Dragon Ball Z, the anime, how, like, anybody in any culture across the world can see themselves as, like, the main character in that show. Like, it's relatable enough where it doesn't matter what you look like. That's not the point of, like, following a story like that. You could relate to the character without looking like them. Brenda says, he hurts my brain. Brenda, I think this happens to a lot of the audience here. Tom confuses the viewers so much that they eventually just nod their head and be like, wow. Wow, yeah, wow. Like, without even understanding half of it. I'm susceptible to that too. Me connecting certain things, and like the whole thing with like Saudi at the end of the script, like that's another thing that maybe has credence to it. But when you put together everything else Tom has spoken about and what we've proven is a lie, everything goes up in the air for questioning.
59 twice, 7259. Now what's interesting,
There's no 59 here. He said 5 plus 1 plus 1 is 7. Then he takes the single ones and combines them and says 2. So somehow he creates 7, 2, which is his real birthday, right? The one in the Matrix is based off his fake ID that says July 22nd. Because I don't know what else you would call that. Why would you have an ID or driver's license that says an incorrect birthday if you have to have your birth certificate to change any of that? Like, why would he have inputted incorrectly in the first place? Why didn't he change it when he saw it was wrong? Again, many, many questions.
let's go to the money. See the money shot? Money shot.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, right there. Pop that up.
We're rewatching this short clip of this interview.
Okay, this is very, very important. You have, seems like it's blown up. Did I give you a blow up one? I shouldn't have. Anyway, so you have $2 in Reichmarks and a $5 in Reichmarks. So what you have is 7, 2, and look at the registration number on the bottom. 5633.
563 3263.
263 5959.
Man, that's some high level numerology there, huh? So he's taking the 5 and then he's taking the 6 and 3 and combining them and saying 5 9. And then the 3 2, that's another 5, and then the 6 3 is another 9. Okay. That's what Tom was trying to get at. That's stretching it a bit here. But let's see what else he has to say.
59 twice. This is what is explained to me. July 2nd, 59. 7259. $7, $2, 59.59 twice, 7259. Now what's interesting is the bottom registration number, 563 3263 5959 repeated. Go to my dad's military thing. So pop out one more time.
Oh, not that one.
That's how far they go to be clever. Okay, good. Now go back down to the very bottom of all the images. I mean, where was the image?
Oh.
That's all right.
Up here or down here?
We had a bottom. First, maybe it's up top.
Oh, maybe
The
it's
first-
the other one.
Okay. There you go. Okay, go to that picture of the man in the uniform, the very first one. Watch the overlays here. Good. Now, if we look at his service number, what do you see?
Alright, I paused this so I can zoom in. In fact, yeah, I wanted to overlay my shot here. Okay, so what? This is actually a picture of his dad? That's cool. Let's see what he has to say.
518 518 5959.
His service number. It's talking about right here. Okay.
So the dollar bills have 59 on it, but they're repeating it because my dad's service number is 5959, 518, 518. So they put in 72, 59, 59. Very, very clever.
On the dollars, why would that even be something they would do? If they're trying to cover up the fact that they stole the work, why even put Easter eggs like this in here?
And look at the name Hupper. See his middle name Hupper? So Captain, he was a captain at the end. Captain Hupper, right? John Hupper Althouse. Go to the next image. I want to show you something from Battleship. Here.
Hopper. It's not the same, Tom. I'm sorry.
Look at it. Commander Stone Hopper, Navy. Now, why this is important is this is Universal Studios, where my work was sent directly by Ned and Judy Nankovich from Robertson. They got positions in the story development departments. So they do Battleship. And they make it Commander Stone Hopper. My dad was commander for a long time. Hopper for Hopper. And Stone is who my stepson would have been, or was, when I married the honeypot wife. She had one son named Stone. So you have Stone.
Son named Stone? Are you kidding me? Brenda says, oh my god, something really wrong with him. That's too far. Yeah, on the money thing? The 5959? Alright. See, that's why we're doing this. We're dissecting everything Tom's ever said publicly on shows. We're reviewing the content. We're sharing our thoughts on it. We're doing investigative journalism in a sense here.
Next image, I want to show you something from Battleship. Here.
Why Battleship, though? You see how this gets more and more questionable as we carry on with this? First, it was Demolition Man, but you don't hear anything about that from Tom. About Demolition Man. The one with Wesley Snipes and Sylvester Stallone. He doesn't claim that he made up the 3 seashells thing, right? You'd think that would be something he would brag about. But then he starts to include, like, oh no, they're doing it with Altered Carbon. It's like, okay, Joel Silver produced that, okay. Then Ratatouille, wait a minute, why? Because someone else from Disney was somehow connected to whatever was going on with the court case? I don't know. Then The Walking Dead? Why just insert one thing in that? Why insert something like this in this movie, Battleship? Why space it out all over the place? Why continue using Tom's work like this? These are very legitimate questions. Hypothetical at times, but I mean, we've already said that, like, we're not buying what Tom's selling here. Lerny says, something wrong with Tom Althouse? That's impossible. LOL. Hey, we're doing an analysis here, and Tom said that he has his own personal problems and struggles. And, you know, we gave him the benefit of the doubt and looked past a lot of this stuff, but now we're approaching this directly.
Look at it. Commander Stone Hopper, Navy. Now, why this is important is this is Universal Studios, where my work was sent directly by Ned and Judy Nankovich from Robertson. They got positions in the story development departments. So they do Battleship. And they make it Commander Stone Hopper. My dad was commander for a long time. Hopper for Hopper. And Stone is who my stepson would have been, or was, when I married the honeypot wife.
Which one? The first one? So am I hearing this right? Is it easy to assume here that his first wife he had 2 sons with, but she already had a son of her own. And those 2 sons that he had with the first honeypot are the ones that mysteriously died. But he was estranged from them. He has no photographs with them up until that point. They weren't in communication with each other. He wasn't allowed to go see the viewing of either of his 2 sons. Is that like, am I wrong here? Correct me if I'm wrong, especially if you're watching this in the replay later on. Because, like, I don't... Again, I'm not here saying I have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. What I'm doing here is expressing my opinion, taking the information that we have, and getting a general consensus on it. And a lot of people watching here live and people watching after the fact agree with the stance that I'm currently taking reviewing all of this material. And Tom has said he's the original writer of The Matrix. That is factually wrong. And I will keep pressing that point.
She had 1 son named Stone. So you have Stone Hopper or Stone Hopper.
So he was going to have a stepson named Stone? Like this guy? Stone? Tell me. Is that what he's... Stepson named Stone. It just sounds ridiculous, man. I don't know anymore.
Naval commander. Lead character. See?
Wow.
Now you go to, if you go to Minority, don't be right now, but Minority Report, what did Steven Spielberg do? Spielberg, they say Spielberg in the industry. He puts in, like again, Minority Report about pre-crime. They put Captain John Anderton. Captain John Anderton, my dad's rank at the end, and name. And then they go that Tom Cruise's character is being put away in stasis for pre-crime because his son Sean was murdered. Done in 2002 before my son Sean was murdered. And then they do a 302 on me, saying that I should be put away permanently for criminally insane because my son Sean was murdered.
See, again, Tom refuses to acknowledge that the author of the Minority Report story also had a conference, in France in the 70s, talking about how he believes that we are all living in a matrix. And that he's had premonition dreams of things happening before they happened. He talks about all of this. Philip K. Dick is who I'm talking about. Philip K. Dick is the author of the Minority Report story prior to it being made into a movie. The movie version by Spielberg has everything with the names switched around. So again, who knows? Spielberg's connected to Tom Hanks. We already know Spielberg's not a good dude. Brenda says that's the first time I heard him say his son's name. Yeah, Sean. He said both of the sons' names. I forget both of them. Sorry to say, just off the top of my head.
Spielberg is taken from Philip K. Dick.
Was it Shawn Michael? Again, another wrestling name. He has stepson Stone Cold Steve Austin, and then Shawn Michael, his actual son.
Novel when Philip K. Dick said, "I don't want any alterations to my work. After he dies, they change the story completely. Spielberg uses Sean as the reason Tom Cruise's character, Captain John Anderton, is going to be put away. There is nothing about a son, Sean, in Philip K. Dick's novel, Minority Report. There's nothing about a Captain John Anderton in Philip K. Dick's. Spielberg is altering it to do a pre-crime, to predict or show that in 2002 he's saying, Sean will die, Captain John, my dad's name, myself, will be put away on 302 after Sean is murdered. Spielberg did pre-crime. And that's what I'm being told from the inside. He did pre-crime.
Wow, Tom.
That's why they just gave him awards for the story of his own life, which is the most ludicrous thing ever to do. You don't make a film about yourself. I mean, that's just insane. I mean, where you're saying you're directing it, going like, I want more passion, I want more feeling. It's about me. It's like, God, talk about Sophia Stewart's All Eyes on Her company. It's like,
Isn't that what Tom does anyway? He talks about if you read the script, you'll understand the feeling, and if you strip anything out of the script, then it's changing it completely. Tom has said that his script that's at the Copyright Office is not the complete script, that pages were taken out. He also claims that the original scripts from like 93 were returned to him while he was away from home. That someone broke into his house without damaging it. My question is, who would risk doing that? And if somebody did so happen to do that, leave his scripts on his bed, why no follow-up? Why no anonymous letters show up in his, like, through his mail slot or something, through the crack of his door? Or just break in again and leave a note on his bed. Hey, I'm the person that did this. Things aren't adding up because from a real world perspective, the people that are actually involved in this, I think the circle is very small. In terms of blocking Tom, like throwing his court case, whatever you want to call it, Tom found a way to connect all the dots, right? But then it's so confusing for all of us to sit back and digest and figure out what the missing links are. Lerny says, it's funny how the script was so awesome it was worth unburgling it. Yeah, you make a good point, Lerny. It was such a good script, it was returned to him after it was used and abused. And then Lerny says, as if you stole a big debt. Well, keep this in mind, too. At the end, where like he walked out of his deposition, at that time in 2014, he was willing to settle for $30,000 just for the court case to go away. Not the $1.2 billion that he's been claiming. And then that number's been bouncing all over the place. He takes a quote from one of the heads of Miramax saying that their warehouse is worth $1.2 billion, and Tom just takes it and assumes that, oh, they're just talking about his script. You know, these studios have probably tens of thousands of scripts sitting in their warehouses, and then you have places like Universal Studios that had fires that destroyed master prints of films and band albums. Like the entire catalog of Aerosmith, all the masters are gone. A lot of Metallica, all the masters are gone. And when we talk about masters, it's like isolated vocals, isolated guitar, isolated drums. That's what masters are. And all of, like, a majority of Universal lost their masters in fires. So when Miramax talks about they have a warehouse that's worth $1.2 billion to them, Tom has gone on record as saying that they're not talking about anything else but his script. And, like, you have to have an inflated ego to even think in terms like that. Which is what we've come to the conclusion to so far here with Tom is he's a narcissist with an inflated ego, and everything that he says that people claim him to be like that, like being a narcissist and everything, that all that's not true. But there's a consistent thing here. Like once people start to wisen up to his dealings and what he does, then he just starts lumping them all together. Like he lumps me together with his sister in the same camp, being like, oh, we're both evil, and this and that. How am I evil? I've said before, there's no evil people. There's just evil that people do. There's evil things that people do, but there's no evil people. Like there's evil actions. It's deeply embedded in my faith that everyone is redeemable up until their last dying breath. And maybe even while they're crossing over to the other side, maybe you still have a chance of being redeemed there. But who knows? And that reminds me, I do want to talk about Bachelor's Grove a little bit at the end of this show once we're done with this interview for today here.
These guys are sick egomaniacs, and they are claiming I'm one. No, I wouldn't do this. But that's what Steven Spielberg's being thrown right now, is all these awards, because they're positioning him out. And the inside at Disney was saying they're clearing him out of the way and making him happy, his ego stroked, to clear the way for you. But that's why we had a countdown clock on Bob Iger to contact. But I am not that interested in going to Disney. I will say it because of all they did. They were the ones that came up with the strategy. I mean, consider Mike Lang of Disney, Harvey Weinstein's boss.
How could he not be interested in going after Disney, one of the biggest... You see, he even said in prior interviews that it was never his intention to sue. So beyond all of this that he's been talking about on Emma's show here, he also had no intention of going to court to get his rights back. Like, who pushed him to do this? Who convinced him that everything he's speaking about actually happened? If one of his honeypot wives is the one that orchestrated him to go to court to begin with, why is he taking everything she suggested if she's the honeypot? And why is he running with that? Is it because it works? Because he gets reactions? Because it gets views? It doesn't make sense. And again, he had a donation platform. He was asking for $3,000 plus per month with no citing of what he was going to use the money for. What, to make the documentary? To hire a lawyer? Like, there were no specifics. And since that, like, that donation platform's been pulled. He hasn't, I think he shut it down himself once he realized he wasn't going to get 4 figures a month from donations. But, that's why I'm doing these shows, so that other hosts don't get caught up in doing this BS for him. Like, we come up with these great ideas as creators to help Tom out. And he'll take probably half of it and then try to erase us out of the equation. Notice too here, as much as I was helping him out at the time, this was in May of 23, so I was a year into interviewing Tom. He doesn't mention me once here, does he? And he said I was going to help him film The Immortals. So what does that say? And then he doesn't even remember the name of his web designer, Jen, on one of his recent interviews. So what does that say? Like, we're all expendable to him. The only person important in Tom's story is Tom. And that's my observance off of his actions. He doesn't even care about Emma here. He is just taking advantage of her platform. And we still don't know why Emma decided to delete this interview along with all the others. You go to the Imagination Podcast YouTube channel, use the search bar, type in Tom Althouse. There's no results that come up with these interviews. They're gone. Again, thank you to VidNet for putting this together, for taking the time to archive these now lost interviews, because like they're not with the source anymore.
Is the one that runs for the hills with Joel Silver after our case is being thrown. While it's being thrown, and I said I'm going to talk to the judge, they both leave. The only articles you find of Mike Lang, like Otika Ball or Otika Bernard, you only find Mike Lang's article when he's leaving in 2012. The same, within a month of Joel Silver severing his relationship with Warner Brothers, when I'm going forward to talk to the judge. See? So what you have is Mike Lang put in place in 1993 when my script was submitted, in charge of acquisition strategy for acquisition of intellectual property, and says that there's a warehouse in New Jersey that has the hard copies of the work that they want to own and have the rights to. You own it and do what you want with it after the death of the author, as they did with Philip K. Dick, to mock my work. Now it's coming out that Philip K. Dick's novel was used for The Matrix. No, my work was used for The Matrix. That's why they put all my stuff in it.
No, that's a lie. So here's something else. If Tom was really serious about all this stuff, he would have found people that would have been able to go to Miramax and find his original scripts. Now, if he comes back on a later show after today and says something similar to that, like, we'll know he's watching these, okay? Because he's not coming up with these ideas on his own. But, like, that's what I would have did. I would have found somebody that could go to the Miramax headquarters and see if they could locate this copy of his script that he claims they have there. But how conceited is it for Tom to assume that a warehouse for a film studio only contains his script worth $1.2 billion? It's very far-fetched.
In those graphics. But they borrowed off of Philip K. Dick and Necromancer and Ghost from Train Man and Alice in Wonderland and all these other ones as they made up as they went along. They filled in pieces they're familiar with.
Oh, so they didn't just take your script then, huh? Again, sci-fi tropes. The judge said that there's not enough exact, direct evidence to say that anything was ripped off. The case was dismissed. So, there's other angles that Tom could have approached to this. He could have opened up several other lawsuits. Why not go after the production crew and company of Pixar? Disney, the ones that he's saying that there's inserts in. Why doesn't he sue individual people like Joel Silver, Anthony Rankin? Why doesn't he go to small claims court over being misrepresented? I think these are all valid questions. Because all it seems he's making time for is to do these interviews like this, and then half of them get deleted, and then nobody knows the end to the story for these hosts. Because we're all supposed to move on here.
That's why. But the real tell, Emma, is what they put in the initial graphic. My high school, my fiance's birthday at the time, my birthday, my dad's name. That tells you who they're taking from.
And how could that be a coincidence? Maybe one, maybe two of those things. But there's so many things that you pointed out that it just doesn't make any sense otherwise. There's no other rational explanation as to why people would pick these names, these codes, these numbers, these birthdays, these number sequences. You know, we know that they speak in code. We know
they've addressed this too here, like Tom on the other show. I think it was last week's Let's Talk, the one with Chantel. We were talking about like the crew, like that shot from the first Matrix with all of those dates in the high school and 9/11. That crew members' names were also on that sheet. So when we're talking about Easter eggs from the crew, putting stuff in the props department, such as like Neo's rap sheet, that's a common occurrence in the film industry. To have Easter eggs planted throughout films. A lot of the time, it's just for those crew members. Just for later on, being like, see? So there is an element of cleverness involved. But Tom took control of the ship and steered it in a completely different direction. And we don't know which direction he's going anymore. It seems like he's going in circles. He's not going to his destination of getting his rights back anymore. He's just talking about how, like, oh, it's all said and done. Like, I'm without a doubt the original writer of The Matrix. No, you're not, Tom.
That they speak in a language that is very unconscious to most people. So why wouldn't they communicate, like you said, do humiliation rituals in the middle of a movie using symbology, or the opposite, throw somebody a bone or give them a shout out through code and through symbolism that will always be there. It's such a good point that you bring up. And I also want to say, I'm happy that you didn't make it in, I wouldn't say you didn't, that the opportunity in Disney was taken from you. Like, you were well on your way there, let's face it, and you should be there. It should be you running Disney instead of anybody. But part of me is happy that that didn't happen, just because Disney is so corrupt, and I've had so many people on my show alleged being trafficked through there, or just the MK Ultra aspect. I think what you're doing is so much better, because you're creating a new world. You're creating outside of the boundaries of what most people know as the entertainment industry.
So here's another thing that really gets me with Emma and the Imagination podcast. She has a lot of people on her show that claim to be victims of MK Ultra, and also similar things with being part of estranged families and being separated and child abuse. Emma has all of these people on her show. Why would she pull Tom's interviews down? And just Tom's? And why not have anything titled Tom Althouse and giving an update as to why she took him down? There's no answer right now. Gray Area Monarch, in my comments here, said that he knows the answer, but he's not going to tell them. He's not going to tell anyone, right? So if they're withholding something, like, that's on Emma at this point. And one of these episodes for Let's Talk in the future, we're going to go over emails instead of watching an interview like this. Because as you can see, we've hit the 3-hour mark already. We're not even halfway through. We're going to speed up watching this. I'll try to talk less going forward for this show. But the thing is, Emma had this guy on her show. She has similar guests. Why does she delete Tom's interviews? It doesn't make sense to me why she would just remove them. Unless she got an email from the person that was working on The Matrix Redeemed, and she was threatened. Take this down, or legal action will be taken against you because Tom is using this person's story as his own, or something like that. That's the only logical explanation I could give at the moment, because it doesn't make sense otherwise. So as of now, I'm just going to say that I think Emma was either threatened about her interviews and to take them down, or else, or Emma learned something about Tom that didn't sit right with her, and she decided to distance herself from him by pretending she never interviewed him to begin with. But we don't have a concrete answer on this. And I think her viewers, my viewers, anybody interested in this topic, wanting to know the truth about Tom Althouse, they all deserve answers from Emma of what happened. Why no follow-up? Why is this apparently the last interview she did with him?
People like you, people, there's a lot of independent artists now, whether on the music side or the movie side, and I think that's so powerful for people that watch you, Tom. There's a lot of people that are really afraid to pursue a career in some type of entertainment, whether it's acting, whether it's directing, and being able to see somebody like you say, screw the system, I'm going to do it my way, and I'm going to work outside the confines of this corruption and create a new solution. I think that there's going to be a huge wave of people in the upcoming generations that don't want to be a part of something like Disney, and they're going to look to people like you to lead them to how to get around that and to be able to live their dreams and to be able to create beautiful art that's not ran by agendas and corruption. So
people like Tom, but without all the lying and bullshit. I'll say this much, Tom as a theater director probably is a great person. As far as his knowledge of stage plays and the way to convey emotion through dialogue and interaction on stage between characters, I think Tom could have made a decent career out of it if he stuck with it. Like, he could have expanded upon it more than just working with grade school children on school plays. All right, that's enough of me speaking positively about him. Let's keep watching.
I just want to commend you on that, because I think like you were dealt such a horrible.
As far as like the independent film industry, I still have intentions to open my own film studio and to teach the upcoming generation on how to make proper films. I want to have a studio / school of my own. But we'll see where that goes. I know for a fact it's not going to be in Illinois anymore. There's too much red tape here for that. But perhaps in another state, somewhere down the line. The beauty with the film industry is you could be, like, look at Clint Eastwood. Isn't he in his 90s? And he's still directing movies. There's no expiration date for film directors. And that's something that's been appealing to me over all this time. Is that, like, I have a lot of time to perfect my craft and to get it right. And though I'm not producing feature films or TV serials right now, I also haven't signed away my soul to contracts. And I have no intention of doing so. My soul is not for sale. There's hardships that come with that, but no, I will not take shortcuts to have instant success and no longer eternity with Heavenly Father, Creator, and Jesus Christ. Like, that's not in the cards for me. I'm not going to take the easy way out, so to speak. So, I just wanted to share that too. I do have my intentions here to continue my film career, but like, we're in the short term here, we're going to be expanding the type of content I do by introducing new channels to try to give growth on their own to see how that does. There's just a lot of elements involved to get certain things running. Like this channel, the reach is really disproportionate to the subscribers. Like, there should be a lot more viewers on the lives and then even on the regular uploads, and there's not. But I also have a huge audience that follow me for my board meeting videos for like local governments and all that, with the parents talking about the inappropriate books. for one thing, and then all the jab stuff too. Lerny says, that's integrity speaking, Yissil. Nothing is worth selling your soul for. Thank you. Yeah, I agree with that, Lerny. I had no intention to go to Los Angeles to work my way up the industry chain from coffee boy to film director. I did not want to participate in that. I wanted to just get on the ground running right out of college by just producing, filming, editing, screenwriting, all my work. And that's wearing a lot of hats, so to speak, but that was my intention. I have excellent editing skills. My screenwriting, I need to do a little more of that because I really have not practiced that too much lately. I have projects that are still in the process of being written, right? There's some, like, take Christopher Nolan, for example. He said it took him 10 years to write Inception. And that's working on it on and off. So it's a common thing for film directors, if they're also screenwriters. It takes them a while to work on their passion projects. But thank you for bringing that up, Lerny. Yeah, integrity overall with this. It's like once you start working for Hollywood, you look at the time invested into what you've done with them up to that point, and then you're like, well, I don't want to throw that all away. I might as well be the guy holding the cords for the lighting and building the set pieces and being the assistant to the cameraman and following, making sure that the focus is correct. Like, there's a lot of different elements to this, but I got to try out a little bit of everything as far as the crew aspect and the cast aspect. And I'm a leader in the film realm. Like, my role in a production, I belong as a director. Because I can make those difficult choices under high stress if it's there. And I've already been put through those trials to see if I'm up to the task. But I also want my productions to convey the stories I'm trying to tell. Like, I don't want to have stuff cut out. Like what Tom uses a lot of well-known archetypes in the film industry, and then when he's talking about his scripts, the tropes that are in his scripts that match up and everything. He's using a lot, he's borrowing a lot to try to connect the dots to say, yeah, see, things like this do happen in the industry, but specifically it's happening here on a grander scale with myself, Tom Althouse. And when he gets carried away conflating these things. All right, if I have anything more to share, I'll pause again. But I'm trying to help us along through this.
Deck of cards in so many ways with this, and you've turned all of it around, Tom. You've turned all of it around and made positives and made beauty and created things for people, and the life that you give your son and the devotion that you give to children and survivors. And I just think, gosh, they would have never let you have that type of voice in Hollywood, and here you are thriving outside of that, creating what should have.
I wasn't going to mention this, but do you notice Emma has this like 22 backwards 22 or an SS? Here, let me zoom this in. What is that? It's like SS with a cross. I don't know. I'm not implicating anything. It just kind of stands out to me besides that love pillow there. Which I also think that's partially an MK Ultra thing. Alright, let's get back into this.
Been created to begin with, and I just love it.
I appreciate it so much. It's much better, like you just made me think of, it's much better, rather than being under Tom Hanks, to be having Tom Hanks on the run. So, and be able to do it the way I want to. You're absolutely right. With this worldwide library of evidence now, and also I would like to create, like the studios in the future, we've been talking about the studios, creating them, and helping others safeguard their work, and having people as interns that are off the grid, and they're basically paid to do what they love, and for as long as they do it. And also a park where, instead of the Disney park, which is corrupt, why not create something that actually is good, and fun, and really cool. And
That's great. The intention seems pure and sincere, right? And this is something I agreed with Tom on as far as operating as an independent studio to inspire others.
new and innovative. So yeah, so that's one of the things we're thinking of too. And one of the things they're going to now, Emma, which is interesting, their strategy of talking points has changed. You know there's a shakeup at the other side, not only by their dismissals of personnel, and which was huge in Disney lately, and also Marvel Comics and others. Huge layoffs, even in upper ranks. You also learn there's a shakeup going on by their change of talking points. And now the talking points they're going to have come down to this. Tom mumbles, he blathers, he doesn't make sense, he's inarticulate. That's one of them. Sure, I do talk fast, I think fast, and I apologize if there's any slurring, but they're saying that I mumble.
Articulate. Who could ever listen to you and say that? That almost makes me laugh, because I'm like, you're brilliant. Like, you have an IQ that supersedes 99% of people, like, and it's very obvious when you talk. Anyways.
Well, that's the new talking point. I appreciate this so much.
Do I touch the topic of IQ? Tom spends a lot of his time making fun of others. I'll let you guys in the chat talk about IQ. I'm not gonna touch it right now. I don't want to be mean.
But that's the new talking point. Another one of them is, besides like he's evil, that kind of thing, is, because they always throw out those. Besides, what was the other one? He mumbles, he doesn't. There's another one they were saying. Oh, I forget now. It's like, well, that's a good sign. If I'm starting to forget their talking points, it's like just not sticking. They're desperate, It's like they're really desperate.
Obviously, that is always really comical to me. I feel so horrible that it happens because trolls and bullies suck. It doesn't matter who you are. It's hard to not hear the the darkness and it's all the light. Like it's hard, ignoring trolls and stuff like that and not letting that get in your head. But
it's hard.
It's like survivors, whistleblowers. Y'all are doing the FBI's job and are some of the most brilliant people on this planet. And you'd only have to listen to you talk for 60 seconds to say, wow, he sounds like a trained speaker. Like, he's very articulate, very eloquent. He has very, very clear thought patterns and strategies of how he talks.
I'll give Tom this. He's very engaging. It's the reason why we're all talking about him here. He's good at drawing in your attention, which I guess is a good quality for a screenwriter, but like his stuff needs polishing. And he wants to just leave everything as is. And that's very, like, rudimentary, introductory approach to screenwriting, where, like, your first draft, that's it. Like, that's perfect. It's that, can't change it. Don't modify anything, or else you're gonna, like, alter the message. I hope Tom's not like that, but it seems like it just seems like it.
And you're a beautiful speaker, Tom. It's so interesting to me how people attack from that end, because it's so invalid. Like, find something else that maybe people could look at or see or hear that might sound crazy or might validate the point. But none of you all show up. Half of you, it's the first time that, or you were very new and green to speaking out, and you guys just automatically, it's very brilliant how all of you speak and talk and put these thoughts together and construct these stories, and it's like, come on, pick something that people might believe if you're going to tear somebody down, because that's so obvious that it's ludicrous.
That's right. And the number one play they do, I appreciate you saying this. The number one play they do, like, remember I was engaged to Wachika. We would have had a fine life. It would have been great. We were all set. There's nothing that would have disrupted that engagement, except FBI and Disney and that kind of stuff. They send people in, they approach, they work on whoever's around you, and like they did with the sister. So what they do is they try to break up your relationships, isolate, alienate. They're very afraid, foremost, of a man or a woman in a balanced relationship. That's why the transgender thing is going on so heavy and things like this, which is a mainstay of the strategy of Warner Brothers. They don't want.
What do you think about that?
About what?
The transgender movement.
Well, that was Warner Brothers was heading it. Really, they were one of the ones who were heading it. And what's interesting, Emma, is that the transgender thing also, you can say it's in the original work. Because in the original work, I have it where you have, but when they sent it to Ghost in the Shell in '94, my work was submitted in '93, Joel Silver sent it to the director of Ghost in the Shell to do a mock-up of a lot of the scenes they thought were cool in concepts, including genderless people, Jack's the Neck, and that way they were trying to make a plausible source material through a Japanese writer, successful producer director. And so what they did was, in the original screenplay, you have genderless females because in the backstory outside the program, in the regular poor cities and stuff, there's the rape gangs and things like this, that agents are doing these kind of things. And so some of the women had scarred themselves to look genderless in order to avoid the horror anymore. They'd rather have that and have a relationship apart from even physical interaction rather than being pursued all the time and risking their families.
See, Tom makes this very difficult to argue against because he refuses to show his script in full. He has the copyright which protects his work, which is a good thing, but he's not utilizing any of this to strengthen his case. He can talk about the concepts he was trying to portray through the script all day, but without actually showing it, we're all basing our belief of his story off of his word, not off of you can't just hold up a script, like bound script, and say, okay, this is the proof right here, see, I have it. You have to show a bit of it too. And if it falls apart while he shows it, that it doesn't match up exactly, that's why he's avoiding showing his script to the public. That's why he has no scanned images of the script to have the hosts display in a large format on the screen here. Like, he refuses to back up his claims. And he makes a lot of claims. Keep in mind, he still insists Kung Fu Panda, Ratatouille, Star Trek, some of the new series that are out, The Walking Dead, Game of Thrones, The Hunger Games. Do I bring out I'm going to bring out the list, because I made a list of this before. Hold on, give me a minute. Okay. I got this Tom Althouse notes notebook here. Films with inserts confirmed by Tom. And I put these all in chronological order from their release. 1993, Forever Young. 1994, Ghost in the Shell. 1995, Jumanji. 1999, The Matrix. 2003, The Matrix Reloaded. 2003, The Animatrix. 2003, The Matrix Revolutions. 2002, Minority Report. 2007, Ratatouille. 2008, The Dark Knight. 2010, The Walking Dead. 2010, Inception. 2013, Star Trek Into Darkness. 2013, Bates Motel. 2013, Oblivion. 2013, Elysium. 2014, Black Sails. 2014, Interstellar. 2015, Sense8. 2015, Man in the High Castle. 2016, The Good Place. 2017, Home Again. 2018, Darling in the Franxx. It's an anime. 2018, Altered Carbon. 2019, Good Omens. And 2020, Space Force. Tom claims that all of these movies ripped his script off in some form or another. Are any of you still buying this? Holy shit. A bunch of papers just flew out of this thing. See, because I never finished transcribing the notes that I did have on here. Yeah, I got a note here to have him open up a VPN account. If he never did it. Website, never did it. Okay, let's keep moving along here. I wanted to show all of the...
So that's where the whole transgender thing comes from in the original work, and that's when it kicks off after the work is received. So that's why they send it to the Ghost in the Shell guy.
You say that like Hollywood's perpetuated that. What do you mean by that?
Well, their goal is to have transgender take the forefront, have them play the victim kind of thing, and while they're talking young people into doing the operations, they're trying to upset.
Brenda says, nope. I'm sure you're referring to whether you are still buying this. But all of these claims from Tom here.
The balance in the world, and they're taking advantage of young people to do it by pressuring them to go ahead and do it, along with the idea of euthanasia. Now they're making a rule that, especially in Canada, that young people can come in and if they're feeling depressed, they're allowed to be offered euthanasia. They don't have to tell their parents. It's unbelievable. Tony Rankin, the guy on Maui who was the one who threw the case with the suspended license, he's now making a lot of money being a attorney representative for death coaches on Maui, where they help people die by choice. Yes, starvation, hanging. They're death coaches, and they end up getting the property. They end up getting the inheritance of these people who they are helping death coach. It's a racket. And Tony Rankin is making a fortune off of being their representatives of the people, not the lawsuits on them dying.
Hey, Tony Rankin, if you're out there watching this and you want to defend yourself, you know what to do. You know how to contact me. Because these are big claims that Tom is making that paints Rankin in a bad light. And I believe we should hear both sides of every story from every person that he's ever brought up. But a lot of them are dead now.
With these death coaches, the lawsuits of them getting the property values from these victims. They're victims. And so these people are talking, one victim, particularly one thing I read about Rankin handling a case for them, death coaches, the woman took her own life for these death coaches, chose to starve to death because her foot hurt a lot. Yeah. So you can imagine the talking into it process in order to gain their estates. Maybe they don't have family. And Rankin profits immensely off of representing these death coaches. So.
That's horrific. I wanted to ask because that is something I think is causing mass confusion in the world right now. It's a very relevant topic, and you have really good insight into that industry.
If Tom were to take the time to actually go into detail on all that, I wonder if Rankin would come after him for cease and desist. Because that's a common thing that keeps coming up for me when I'm questioning all of this is all of the names that he's disparaged through all of these interviews, has anybody come forward and told this guy to stop talking?
And you're absolutely right. And you can see it through music, through movies. They're starting to create characters. Like, we know that they're all actors, no matter if it's in a movie or not. They pick people basically from birth and install them in these positions in the entertainment industry. It's really sad. It's such an abuse system, but it's like they're putting on display how much they're torturing these people who are, these children that they end up grooming for these positions and throwing it in their face and convincing other parents that this is the way to raise your children. And it's really sad, castrating kids.
There's a public reward system where you are held up as a hero, basically, if you go along with it. Pre-adolescence, you destroyed their development. A lot of these children come back and want to have a normal life later after they realize a lot of it's peer pressure. And then you're supposed to allow that to happen. So one of the departments I'd like to see really get overhauled and investigated is child services. They have become weaponized for the FBI, including local police stations have been being used by the FBI. Chief of police go to Quantico and get trained in the FBI Academy. And like I said, all you need is a high school equivalency. You have to be selected by them, and then you work as a stooge for persons of interest in their area. And you're given...
Okay, this is all side story. Like, it's not... He's not getting to the meat of anything. He's just beating around the bush over and over and over again. It's like insulated onion theory, whatever you want to call it. He's just constantly talking in circles, so he's never getting to the core of the issue here.
SWAT teams. So I have an article now I discovered about the Warrington Township police officer, or chief of police, who's just no one's home. There's no brain cells really in this deal, run deal, whatever. It's like, but what happens is, or Frio, he is the one that sent the SWAT teams, the helicopter circling all over the house after the failed 302 attempt, does whatever Fitzpatrick wants him to do. The congressman, lifelong FBI operative. He gets the police officers sent police all the time. Whenever his sister brags about it, she can have it done anytime she wants. That's why we had to get out of Pennsylvania. When we got out of Pennsylvania, it was all planned where we'd go and arranged by mom and everything else. And they sent SWAT team and they sent some...
Arranged by his mom. So Tom's mom has been helping him out a lot through all of this. Yet he wants to say bad things about others.
Man theft with a SWAT team. The psych field with a SWAT team, so they could rubber stamp immediately, put me away. She was very upset she didn't pull off while pretending to be on our side. The 302 with me put away in the end. So, yeah, after making all those promises to Aiden. So that's how it works now. The psych field is now working with police. So if they came to your home, and all they have to say is someone, we don't disclose to you even who said it, but so-and-so, there's been a report that you said this, therefore you're being shut away for life, is a nutshell. Do you believe that? Anybody with a bone to pick, anybody says anything, they could say, Emma said this. She said that she's going to kill someone and that she's going to, take her life. I mean, a suicide pact. You're hauled from your home, middle of the night with SWAT team. Your neighbors see it, you're embarrassed, your reputation ruined in your community. And there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do about it. Then they get a Chinese doctor on a monitor to question you while you're there overnight. And the doctor will say things like this. And what's the only thing he'll say? What medication are you taking? And you'll say, I'm not taking any medication if you aren't. Well, what?
I'm just looking at what's going on with his hairline here on this by his ear. Alright, whatever. We're gonna keep watching here.
What medication are you taking? None. I'm not on medication. Okay, hold on. He leaves and says, he verifies the 302, that you're a danger to society, you're going to take your life and kill your son.
So if he wasn't on medication at the time that he was institutionalized, that's not really answering if he's on medication now. Or at the time, 2023.
Because you said you're not taking medication. You're not taking medication.
Oh my gosh, that is such an inverted way to screw with somebody, especially because they're already probably pretty traumatized from what just happened to them, and now they have to deal with that. That's a...
Exactly. I had 10 minutes to save my life, and my son's life, from this. They had all organized. Next to this lady right here with my sister, and also the clinician who had got bought off and turned. The safety plan was never included. The safety plan was a safety plan. Well, I had 10 minutes to save my life, and my son's life, from this. They had all organized. Next to this
I
lady
want
right
to see
here
the
with my
name of
sister,
this.
And also...
Let's zoom this in. This is Tom showing this. So I was in Pennsylvania. You know, this is just a hunch. It's just my opinion. I think Tom's mom helped Tom gain custody of Aiden. Because after all of this, why would he have custody of Aiden? Considering everything involved. Like, the child shouldn't be going through having a deal, being in the middle of all of this while he's trying to, like, get his rights from the film. Like, it makes no sense why you would put a child in the middle of all this. Unless he views Aiden nothing more than a tool to use for this. But I don't want to say that. I don't believe that. There's something else going on here, and it's unclear.
So, the clinician who got bought off and turned. The safety plan was never included. The safety plan. What's a safety plan? Well, a safety plan says that, you know, that you love your son, that you never do any harm to anyone. It's a protection against 302s. So this was done by the clinician. This is what I got finally after 2 subpoenas. It's all blacked out. Aiden's name's blacked out. They didn't submit that's in the warrant for the 302 because it would say that it's invalid, that it's false charges. So the very person that did this with me, the last time I saw this person, we crafted this as protection. Never saw her again, and she's contacted by my sister and the congressman and works with Samantha to put me away, but never includes this. This shoots it down. And then after 2 subpoenas, we finally get this with the names blacked out. They never gave me back my property. The safety plan is supposed to protect me. Also, the diagnosis is never inserted. The diagnosis where it says, yeah, I had PTSD only. I had PTSD at the time only. That's not submitted. Instead, they throw in the shopping list my sister and the congressman want. Bipolar 1 and 2, schizophrenia with paranoid, all this stuff. What? How could I be all those things and be able to carry on a conversation?
Right.
And how could I have a son that has, 4.0, honor society, pals, piano, plays soccer? How could I have all that as a single parent? That would be organized. I wouldn't have a home that makes any sense. And then they also left out the very kind letter. I sent a very kind letter to the clinician before the 302 saying, I think you're a good person, and I love my son, and I hope you'll make a good decision because, the diagnosis shows, the safety plan, everything else, I need the safety. She doesn't include that in the warrant. Leaves it out. Anything that they tried to construct the case. And then what happens is you don't get to hear your accusers, you don't get to see what they said, you don't get to hear anything except you have a ream of allegations against you. So anybody can say what they want, like a shopping list. Anybody has a bone to pick, you're gone. That's what's happening in our country right now. If the FBI, a rogue agency that should be suspended and funding cut from, that, the guy from Washington, whatever police just got in charge of again, those guys are destroying the lives of U.S. citizens. They brag about it. And you've got a congressman who's got the sister who's the one that destabilized Ukraine. So think of it. The one that worked with Biden destabilizing Ukraine in 2014, getting the biolabs in order, which Tucker talked about clearly, and also the weaponry, nuclear weapon testing by the U.S. government on the border of Russia. What you have is that gentleman is the congressman who handles the sister and just gave her, announcing her into the congressional records as a reward for 302 attempts. Also gave her president of psych people in Pennsylvania, top psych person in Pennsylvania, just gave a St. Patrick's dinner, black tie dinner, St. Patrick's dinner at a country club with her and her cronies. And she's bragging about the trip she's going to get and all the things she's going to remodel kitchens and everything else. Elementary school counselor that's unlicensed. It's like, what? Went to the same place that Trudeau's finance minister went on a yacht with the Arabs in Caribbean. She gets to go there too. London trips, everything. On what salary? Now dating a married man, but no one says anything about it. A married man named Kevin, whose brother is one of the top executives in the Bank of America. And it's like, traveling with him, sleeping with him, everything, drinking of drugs. And she gets it.
I'm so lost trying to keep up with his story. Like, how did he get so far off track talking about his intellectual property being stolen? And he's talking about all these different people and the things that they like. It's so convoluted. But the constant theme that's coming up here is him being institutionalized and them trying to take away Aiden from him. But somehow he was able to get custody. Like, I still don't understand that.
To put her brother away, who does neither of those things, is just trying to raise his son and make a difference through his work and reclaim his work. And one of the things they say on this in the Goldman report is also, I should be put away for life because I think I thought I wrote the Matrix. I claim I wrote the Matrix. And he thinks an organization. Yeah, and I think that an organization's out to get me or something. It's like, the FBI has made numerous emails and things, and I have recorded conversations with them. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that, yeah, they don't wish you well. And Fitzpatrick, my sister's bragging, is the one that's facilitating the 302s.
Well, here Tom has several times in this interview and many others, he's claimed that he is the original writer of The Matrix. That is blatantly false. Now, we could have all the corrections from the hosts that we can imagine of. me saying the writer of the Immortals, aka the Matrix, even that's a stretch. But it's a proper way to explain what this guy's trying to make a case for here. He is not the original writer of the Matrix. He's the writer of the Immortals, and he claims that the Wachowskis stole his work. Warner Brothers went and chopped up all his script and turned it into the Matrix. It's not adding up here for me.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you highlight so many good points there just about how manipulative these systems are. It's amazing how they can take, and family court and CPS, we know, is a huge way that the people get their way, however that is, by manipulating any little piece of evidence. It's really hard to even have a strategy going into family court because you could get the psychological exam, for example, passing with flying colors. You know, they'll still find some way to make you criminally insane and to use that against you.
That's right. You made a very important point, Emma. Very
If you
important
don't
point.
do that, if you don't partake in the exam, then they say, well, why not? Are you crazy? Are you hiding something? It's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't with any decision that you make.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And look at this here. I'm going to just illustrate something. Here it is. The report that Caitlin said, after 9 sessions, testing and everything, they can't claim anything else on you.
Let's take a quick look at this here. Yeah, Brenda says, yeah, I don't know what he is talking about, lol. And Lerny says, it's like a letter soup beyond. Mutual treatment plan. July 24th, 2019. Diagnostic impressions, post-traumatic stress disorder. Client goal, eliminate or reduce negative impact trauma related, I guess, symptoms. Occupational and family functioning. Target goal completion date not available. Objectives, describe in as much detail as I can't even read that. As comfort allows the nature and history of the PTSD. And then something else. And then target, objective, completion date not available. Status in something.
You know, just that, the PTSD,
In progress.
the loss of sons and work taking everything.
Establish support with the client toward building a therapeutic something. Client's recollection of the facts of the traumatic incident. Yeah, it's really hard to read. And this is what Tom does. He just like flashes this stuff up for a moment, and the only way we can read this is if we do what we're doing now here.
That's it. She said she believed me. She sat on the couch next to me, took my hand.
All right. See, I'd be interested to see what those documents exactly say, and then hear his commentary on it, right? That'd be a little more organized, at least.
And which I thought was not that professional. So I turned it into, I appreciate you and what you've done. That was our last meeting. This, after 9 sessions of testing and everything else, cleared to protect me from 302s. She said there's no way they can claim paranoid schizophrenic because, that's a Hollywood term, first of all. Wow. So when she's bought off,
Hold on.
she's final.
If you don't partake in the
Like my Matrix. And he thinks an organization. Yeah, and I think that an organization's out to get me or something. It's like, the FBI has made numerous emails and things, and I have recorded conversations with them. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that, yeah, they don't wish you well. When Fitzpatrick, my sister's bragging, is the one that's facilitating the 302s. Yeah.
oh my
Lerny says he flashes to show, but he knows damn well that nobody can read that fast. It's a catch-22. You are right on that, Lerny.
Patrick's dinner, black tie dinner, St. Patrick's dinner at a country club with her and her cronies. And she's bragging about the trip she's going to get and all the things. She's going to remodel kitchens and everything. Matrix. I claim I wrote the Matrix. And he thinks an organization. Yeah, and I think that an organization's out to get me or something. It's like, the FBI has made numerous emails and things, and I have recorded conversations with them. So I don't think it's a stretch to say that, yeah, they don't wish you well. When Fitzpatrick, my sister's bragging, is the one that's facilitating the 302s. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, you highlight so many good points there just about how manipulative these systems are. It's amazing how they can take, and family court and CPS, we know, is a huge way that the people get their way, however that is, by manipulating any little piece of evidence. It's really hard to even have a strategy going into family court because you could get the psychological exam, for example, pass it with flying colors. You know, they'll still find some way to make you criminally insane and to use that against you.
That's right. You made a very important point. Emma, very
if you
important point.
don't do that, if you don't partake in the exam, then they say, well, why not? Are you crazy? Are you hiding something? It's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't with any decision that you make.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And look at this here. You just illustrated something. Here it is. The report that Caitlin said, after 9 sessions, testing and everything, they can't claim anything else on you. You know, just that, the PTSD of the loss of sons and work taking everything. That's it. She said.
We're going to try one more time to look at the bottom portion of this. Do our best here. Oh yeah, and you notice he has Tom Troxel as his name. He said he was going to try to change his name to his mother's maiden name. That's why he, that was the reason he gave for using that name, Tom Troxel. I want to know if he has any legal documents where he's using the name Tom Troxel instead of Tom Althouse. You know what I'm getting at? Like he's living under multiple names.
She believed me. She sat on the couch next to me, took my hand, which I thought was not that professional. So I turned it into, I appreciate you and what you've done. That was our last meeting. This, after 9 sessions of testing and everything else, cleared to protect me from
Holy, you can't read it.
Partake in the exam, then they say, well, why not? Are you crazy? Are you hiding something? It's like, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't.
All right, so this is oh man, he has like some Trump thing going on with his hair. Why did he like shave all the hair around his ear on the right side but not the left? Because I don't think it's the same on the other side. That's really bizarre.
Any decision that you make.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And look at this here. You just illustrated something. Here it is. The report that Caitlin said, after 9 sessions, testing and everything, they can't claim anything else on you. You know, just that, the PTSD of the loss of sons and work taking everything. That's it.
All right, the best we're going to be able to do is slow it down.
Jesus.
And I'm going to mute it just for this portion. It's the only way we're going to extract anything out of this. So he's going to hold it up once more, right? This is the only way to see this in the clarity that we're providing. Come on. Okay. I can't read this. It's so pixelated. But that's a majority of what he does, especially with the script. That's all we get is a brief flashing of something like that. It's like, oh, yep, see, there's the proof. You can play it back if you want. Well, we just did that, and like we can't see anything on it. All right, let's get back to watching this at 1.5. Put the audio back on. Let's try to start finishing this up.
Protect me from 302s. She said there's no way they can claim paranoid schizophrenic because, that's a Hollywood term, first of all. So when she's bought off, she puts handwritten in without ever seeing me again. Safety plan, that's never seeing me again. Suddenly, it's supposed to be 30 days of observation. She writes in schizophrenia with paranoid tendencies to help Robertson and Hollywood make it stick finally. And then bipolar 1 and 2, my sister 1, so that goes in like a shopping list. And it's like, you never saw me again after this. And the safety plan, she never saw me again. We never talked again. So how has everything suddenly changed from 9 sessions to just a blanket write-up, and here it is right here, a blanket write-up of insane allegations.
They do this playbook every time, don't they, Tom?
Yeah, look. Handwritten to put me away with everything from bipolar 1 and 2 to schizophrenia to dangerous and crazy.
Oh, man.
Robertson and Hollywood make it stick finally. And then bipolar 1 and 2, my sister.
Here I'm trying to bring it back to like different sizes, and
So
then
that goes
he
in,
shows
like a
this
shopping list.
handwritten.
It's like, you never saw me again after this, and the safety plan. She never saw me again. We never talked again. So how has everything suddenly changed from 9 sessions to just a blanket?
That little thing annoys the hell out of me. That's not showing proof, dude. Going like this. Like you... And Tom knows better, too.
Write-up, and here it is right here,
Wow.
a blanket write-up of insane allegations.
They do
and
this
it's just like,
playbook every time, don't they, Tom?
yeah, look, handwritten.
Okay. And I also gotta... Let's cue up more music here, too. And then we'll try reading this, whatever this is. Yeah, thanks for hanging in there with me, everyone. Again, if you haven't hit the like button, please do. It helps with the algorithms, also with the chat. Like, you guys are awesome. Alright, we still got a little bit of music left here. Okay, I got it ready for the next portion when we get to it. Okay, so here, let's try to read this. This is gonna be terrible.
To put me away.
There, that's probably going to be the clearest we're going to get. So I will make my attempt to read this. On or about 12/13, Tom came to Sanctuary Counseling at the address in the township. And it says in parentheses, of a time when he did not have an appointment and had it's all illegible. I can't read this. It's too difficult. With Caitlin Farnell, his former therapist. So he was going to therapy. You see this? How were we to have known that he was even seeing a therapist? He doesn't talk about that. Given his agitated state, staff, I want to assume it says, asked police for assistance. I arrived about 15 minutes later, and he was something with police about his belief that his life and his son's life, and then something else. I assume it says, well, it says grave danger from those that wanted him killed. He stated something, it's off screen, and the officers present that if he was labeled as, I want to say schizophrenic is the last word.
Hey, with everything from bipolar 1 and 2 to schizophrenia to dangerous and crazy to gonna kill his son.
Real. How?
And then in Walking Dead, you know what they did in Walking Dead after this event occurred? They wrote in that the main baddie place with Negan is Sanctuary. That came in afterwards. Sanctuary is where the clinician, Caitlin Farrell, is from.
Come on, man. You know how much, like, you're asking the public to believe? Oh my god, they used the word sanctuary. But dude. Now, Zenray has said in the past about typical schizophrenia situations, but Zenray did say that Tom might not fit that description. It's just more of a guideline for like his behavior. But his thoughts are all over the place. I don't know if he hears voices. That's a whole different topic. But he was in therapy and he was telling the therapist he was afraid for his life, that he was thinking that pretty much everyone, like the government, Hollywood, religious sects, were all out to kill him. And that he was in major distress. So just imagine that for a moment. Peak crash out of Tom Althouse with his therapist. The police are called. It was on an appointment that he didn't have. He just walked in and said, I gotta talk to you. I think everyone's trying to kill me. I think they're going to try to kill Aiden. I don't know who to trust anymore. The government's trying to get me, and Hollywood's trying to kill me, and they killed my other two sons, and I think they're going to kill me. Is that what happened? Like, is that what carried out in the therapist's office? Where she had to call the police to, like, calm him down? And is that the 302? Is that what got him institutionalized? Where he has... We have the photo. He shared it on one of the interviews. He's in one of those locked... it's not a padded room, but he's in a facility. Like, he got checked in. And that's something that, like, he should share. That moment where he went to his therapist unannounced. Like, that would give validity to whatever story he's trying to tell here. No matter how incredulous. Him leaving those key moments out tells me he wants to hide that. Even though it's part of his story. He's not owning it.
That did this. It's Sanctuary. Sanctuary, right there. Sanctuary. So he put it in Walking Dead. Sanctuary became the main bad place in Walking Dead.
Not buying it, Tom. I'm not buying it.
Caitlin Farrell is from that did this. It's Sanctuary. Sanctuary, right there. Sanctuary.
Dude. Like, what? Tell me in the chat, what do you think of this? Sanctuary counseling. I guess Tom's lucky he didn't write about a clock tower in his script. Otherwise, he'd be going after Zemeckis for Back to the Future, right? In Universal Studios. He'd be going on all day about that. Brenda says, I think he needs to go back to the nut house. LOL. Yeah, not Back to the Future. Back to the nut house.
So he put it in Walking Dead. Sanctuary became the main bad place in Walking Dead after this occurred.
Oh my gosh.
Hollywood with the FBI, with the psych department, with the police, all in bed together.
You have some good detectives working underneath you, Tom, to be able to report all that. Like,
Objectively, let's consider this. Tom goes to his therapist's office called Sanctuary Counseling, unannounced. He demands a session right there. He needs to talk about the fact that he thinks people are out to kill him. The therapist gets so scared, she calls the police on him. They take him away. She says, I don't know, I've been talking... Who knows how long the therapist had been talking to him at that point? Was it weeks, months, years? Let's say it's months that he's been having sessions with her. I'll give it 2 months tops. Like, let's just say 2 months. And this is me speculating here. That all happens. He gets arrested, taken away. Then somebody involved in all of this goes to AMC and the producers and creators of Walking Dead and say, insert this in. I'm not buying it.
these people must be watching a lot of movies and like really digging into, you know what I mean?
We also have insiders. We have insiders telling me, including the very firm that was supposed to make sure this all stuck. And that's why that's so important. Some of our insiders are actually, like, where's that document? Right here. Here's one of your main insiders, the Goldman Law Firm.
Gold. All right, we'll zoom in on this one too here. Because I don't know how long he holds this up, and we're just working off of all this. August, or April 4th, was it 23?
Right, that works under Fitzpatrick. They took a big risk doing this because they were going to get caught. So the other side's collapsing now and sending us detailed reports.
Oh. Again, it's so blurry, you can't read any of this. What's the point of him showing it like this? Why isn't that scanned in? That was another thing. Like, me going to his house, we were supposed to digitize a lot of stuff that we didn't. If he followed through on anything, we'd have digital copies of this to look over. To either prove for or against him. Like, can't do either because it's all blurry. Can't say one way or another. Brenda says, is he even on this planet? I don't know. I don't know where he's living in his head right now.
Implicating the other people involved, including those above them. They're also fans of the work.
So do you notice something here? Check this out. The right side of it, like, he shaved his hair off on the right side, but not on the left. What did he do here? Who cut his hair? I want to say he cut his own hair. And that's like kind of a side note to all of this, but like, come on, man.
They know who the real author is. So while they're saying put him away because he thinks he wrote it, they're patting your back and having you come into the office and meeting all the clientele saying, here's the man that wrote it. My sister made the entry that we have a copy of saying, I know you wrote the Matrix story. I know you wrote it. I witnessed that. Well, then why are you trying to throw the crazy card and put me away? Because that's the whole point of doing the crazy card and put me away, is because they want to say I didn't write it. So they're all shooting themselves in the feet.
No, it sounds like they tried to put you away because you were paranoid that people were out to kill you, Tom. And you freaked everyone out around you to the point where they were concerned with their own safety. So they called the police on your butt. Brenda says he cut off gray on his hair, huh? What? It's a pretty drastic thing to do. It does look like he tried to start that weird, like, it's like the John Cena haircut.
It's like the whole purpose of the crazy card is to say he's not the writer. So why would you be saying, yeah, you wrote it? In the same breath, in the same paragraph, she's going, I never called the police on you. Next statement. What I did do is call the police on you. This statement to the police. Their brains are gone. I think if you lie so much, you start to lose your sense of cognitive ability. You know, you lose your grip.
Again, this is an unaware moment of Tom talking about himself. Different variation of the Freudian slip.
And they keep throwing the word delusional at us. Who's deluded? Who's the one that holds up a tape out of all the interviews I've done, which is hundreds, right? And now I reduce it down to, you might be the only one this month. I've reduced it down to do the work, but I wanted to get on with you here. I definitely wanted to see you. So, and relate.
This is a reduced down version of a presentation of his, about his life. Yeah, it's reduced down to the point where we can't legibly read anything he's showing.
This stuff. So you rate number one. And so she holds up a tape to my mom going, look at this clip, look at this clip, done by the FBI for her, that's saying me on an interview, out of all the excerpts they could take, right? They're looking to put away for crazy. It said, I was on there saying, I'm looking forward to this horror ending. She's holding that clip up, repeated over and over, looking forward to this horror ending. Saying, look, he's gonna shoot me, he's gonna kill me. My brother's gonna shoot me, he's gonna kill me. Where does it say that? Even after I left a message to her, which she doesn't respond to me now, she's doing her job. She's not supposed to talk to me. That's part of the playbook. You cut them off, right? Except on main points to hit you, like the death of my son, Sean, where she called in and said you should say these things back to me.
So if he was institutionalized, does that mean he's not allowed to own any firearms? Because I'm under the assumption, even though he's living in Texas, he doesn't own any firearms. It's kind of weird, but this is all relevant to what he's talking about here. The therapist was in fear of her life. The sister also thought like he was gonna kill her, right? Is that what he said?
Suicidal, bipolar. There's the
Another thing, when I was at Tom's, he was telling me about like how he wants to give me all the notes and everything to carry on the work if anything were to happen to him. And he brought that up in several varied sayings where it sounded like he was preparing to not be here anymore. So an outsider listening to that could come to the conclusion that, oh, well, he's kind of talking suicidal here in a way. Like, if he's waiting for people to take him out and nobody does it, does he have the courage to do it himself? I don't encourage that at all, by the way. But it makes one think about these things. If he's constantly anticipating his own demise and it doesn't happen, would he have it in him to do it himself and set it up like somebody else did it? Was he planning to pin something on me? Who knows? We can speculate all day about this.
bipolar right there on tape. And so what's interesting is she's holding that up after I left her a message saying, no one's out to get you, Jolie. We just want to have our lives. So why is she in my mom's face trying to have her cut off support, saying, look, he's going to shoot me, he's going to kill me. That's deluded. That's delusional. But all the...
So if he's calling that delusional, what does he call him when he walks into his therapist's office without an appointment and starts ranting about how everyone's out to kill him, to the point that the therapist calls the police on him and has him arrested for being a threat to himself and others? How's that not delusional? I don't know. I want to say if the government or Hollywood wanted to take him out, they would have did it already. A long time ago. Before I ever met him. Like, we're talking like... Even back when he was with the Freemasons, they could have did it. But they didn't, right? And I'm not encouraging it at all. I'm just saying, like, if they wanted to accomplish that, they would have done it already.
rewards. They give the rewards and positions to make their words stick in order, so she just says it and brags she says it, to have you put away. Yeah.
And they know that you can change history, essentially. You know, there's no shortage of people who can go on the internet. And I'd love for you to talk about what happened on your website, too, because it just proves it. And they just scrub stuff.
Oh, do they, Emma? What happened to this interview? It's no longer on your channel. We're under the assumption here that somebody, whoever was running his website, Tom eventually got disconnected from them, and the website expired. Because you can go on GoDaddy, it's available. Like, I haven't looked at it on Weebly. But you can buy redpillrising.org for like $100 on GoDaddy. It's like the retainer fee for it. There's an auction for $1 for it. So what happened to that website?
Right off, wherever, or they have the ability to change documents that are set in stone. They can go back
Absolutely.
and refile it and then make you sound like you're crazy for
That's right.
what you do.
If they don't have it, if they don't have anything to pin on you, they make it up.
Yes.
Like their attorneys, Rankin's attorneys actually made up. They actually made up on the last thing sent to us. Throwing the case like that.
So in a crazed state, Tom showed up to his therapist's office unannounced, started ranting about how everyone's out to kill him and they're going to try to kill Aiden. And the therapist is pushed to the point of calling the police on him. You know, like, this dude is here, he doesn't have an appointment, he's talking about people possibly killing him and his son. He's a danger to himself and others. Get this guy out of my office. Brenda says maybe someone paid her and she took them down. Are you talking about Emma? Maybe someone paid... Yeah. Maybe the Matrix Redeemed guy, the same one that asked to buy my interviews and for me to take them down. Oh, boy.
The judge that was in the pocket throwing the case, they said, they have a statement, an email. They say there's the one attorney talking to the other attorney in his own office, an email, and they share the same office. And it says, oh, per our discussion, Tom Althouse said to me, in quotes, I'm going to kill you, ... really bad, unquote. And that was entered as the only evidence that can enter against me in the court. I didn't say that. And
I remember him telling me about this before. And hearing it back now, if this was something that was spoken over the phone or in person from Tom, I wouldn't be surprised with the grammar. Especially the really bad part. When Tom's on a roll, yeah, he's probably not going to remember. And plus, with the narcissist tendencies here, they choose which things reflect them in a good light, keep those. They cancel out the other stuff that paints them bad. Really bad.
what kind of evidence is that? And then what happened was I'd come out of a motion for to compel where it was a joke, and I said to the guy, "You're going down on this," and he screamed out ASSHOLE, echoing through the hall outside the court. And I turned around and said, "Well, that's real professional behavior." And he goes, "Loser." And I said, "Whatever." He turns that into, he whispered in my ear. Whispered in his ear? "I'm going to kill you, ... really bad." What's a ... What? What?
Sounds like a bad horror movie script.
It is. It really is bad. And that's what they entered as evidence. It's like,
can any of you imagine Tom going up to one of these guys that he despises and whispering that in their ear, thinking he has no repercussions or consequence because he's a narcissist? I'm gonna blank you really bad. Really bad. Like, I'm not writing this off of Tom behaving this way. And then those people using that against him. Lerny says Agent Althouse came knocking on her door. Yeah. Yikes. Mr. MK Ultra over here.
really? So they keep trying to build this case like Samantha was. Yeah. Build a case. Build a case. The fact that the Goldman report shows that she had said,
Yeah. That's why, Tom is not very conscientious of how he presents himself to others, especially when he thinks that, like, there's no documentation. Like, this isn't the 90s anymore. There's cameras everywhere. He sneaks in audio tapes to record stuff. Like, everything's getting documented now. You can't get away with saying that stuff and not have any consequence to it, Tom. Tom knows better here. He just thought he was getting a good jab or trying to instill fear into these people. Like, I don't put it past him now that he would have done that. Just like he says about these other guys, like, punching holes through a wall. Imagine him getting pissed about any of this stuff and then punching a hole through a wall. Because I'm fairly certain, like, he's probably done that in the past. And again, that's my opinion. Doesn't make it true. But I could see that happening. I'm sweating a little bit here. Alright, we gotta finish this.
we don't have enough yet. Under the guise of there to help Aiden, to check on him. So all these times she came out, she said, "I have to keep coming out every time a report's made. I don't have a choice. I'm so sorry. Isn't there a way to stop this? You already said that it's closed out. There's nothing there. You saw how stellar it is here. Why do you keep coming back?" She was coming back, not for Aiden. She was coming back to fill the case. And then she reports to Caitlin and Julie.
Yeah, they do these like random visitations so that they can confirm whether or not something out of place is occurring. It's actually standard procedure for a lot of this stuff.
Fitzpatrick. So that's exactly right. And what happened with the website, like you said, the website was struck the same day.
So here's another lie coming up, because he's never said who was running the website for him and what happened to those people.
The Warner Brothers exec left Warner Brothers because I had just I announced on a program that yes, the documentary's coming out, but we're not giving a date. It could be tomorrow, it could be in a couple weeks, it could be in months, but we're not.
It could be years, it could be decades. No one knows. No one knows. Yeah, Steve, come visit me in Texas from Illinois. Let's make the documentary. Oh, you're here. Yeah, so I've decided not to do the documentary. Let's do a book instead, Steve. 2 weeks go by. You know what, Steve? I was talking with my mom, and I think we should do 4 books instead of 1. These are things that actually happened, by the way.
Give that date, we don't want the other side to know. And that's when she resigned, and the website was struck the next day. So yeah.
The website's expired. The domain is sitting out there for someone to buy. Red Pill Rising.
But I am mind boggled. I have to keep my mind driving on this. We'll make the evidence all together. We're protecting it all together. But I'll tell you, you get that mind engine going. And if I was anything like what they said, I wouldn't be able to get the evidence down. I wouldn't be able to deal with it. But
he doesn't get the evidence down, and he's not able to deal with this because he would be much more coherent making a case for himself.
Mine's focused on this will do good. I'm doing it for others, especially children too, elderly. I want to get the job done.
What about his 2 sons? Doesn't mention them here, does he?
I'm going to see it through. It matters. And there you have my sister echoed in, always saying, what was her vain complaint when she was trying to get me to say those things on the death of my son? No condolences. Calling on the death of my son after 2 years of being away, as the playbook says, cut off, isolate. She said, if you don't do this, you're saying I don't matter. What, if I don't hang myself? Keep in mind, for a 302, like you asked earlier, what do you need for a 302? For the party to say they're suicidal. What was she saying on the death of my son? You need to say back to me, you're suicidal, angry, and bipolar. Where those come from?
Right.
I'm not. So she doesn't get it on tape,
So these 3 things his sister truly believed he was. Or is. He does go from high highs to low lows, so the bipolarness is there. He went from saying about how great the documentary is going to be with me going and visiting him to then changing that and saying, oh, the book's going to be great. Like, he just repackaged it as, like, instead of talking about documentary, now we're talking about a book. Saying, oh, yeah, this is going to be great. This is the greatest thing ever. Using hyperboles for everything. The greatest and the worst. The greatest and the worst. The greatest and the worst. And then, as the days went on, by, like, day 4, he's blaming it on me. Steve, we're not getting any work done. Even though there's multiple notebooks all over the floor, all organized by chapter, and I'm putting this all together for him, and it's like, oh, we need this in the book, we need this in the book, we need this, and this is great. Here, have this, look at these notes, we need to put this in the book. I need to share a thought about this, like, transcribe this for me. We were doing all of that. I have hours of audio recordings of me transcribing his thoughts, too, and he was aware that the audio was recording. But then he like shuts down. He doesn't want to do any work. And then the next day he's like, oh, we need to go out and celebrate for all the work we've done. Go to Texas Roadhouse. Okay. Kind of weird. After saying that we're not getting any work done. Let me see if I can pull up that picture. I should have it on the desktop here. Oh no. I think it's on one of the other... It was off of my phone. Okay, I'm going to show one photo, and then we're going to keep moving on here. And this was a timed photograph, by the way, because we were the only two in the house here working on this at the time during the day. Look at all this. He was having me do all this work. Instead of shooting the documentary and interviewing him and showing all of the, like, physical evidence, he's having me put together a frickin' book here. I kept this so organized. And at a drop of a hat, he's like, no, let's move on. October 2024, let's go our separate ways. Because of a 5-minute window on a Zoom meeting, where the first interview I did with him, he made me wait over an hour. So, like, the precedent wasn't even there for him to be like, oh, this is unacceptable, Steve. When what he did was 10 times worse.
Goes later and spreads around that he said it to me, calls me all the time and says it. Well, you would say, check the phone records. They won't let phone records be checked. So it's like, that's how they play their game, exactly what you said. All the evidence you have, they won't let it be seen. That's why a library of evidence, outside their control of courts and everything else, is the way to go. Yeah.
Absolutely, and they use gag orders and they use all these different restrictions. If there's any way that you could possibly talk out, you know, they restrict it somehow. Or like how you were going to start a podcast and all of a sudden they attack you for that. You know, anytime that you or any other survivors, whistleblowers want to talk, they do not want this information getting out at all. And they will stop at nothing, whether it's changing history, changing IDs, changing birthdays, changing credible documents, changing people's opinions or what they initially said that you said. They'll do anything. They'll pull any strings to make sure that the public persona, if people are looking in from the outside, think that, or I should say that it discredits you, you know, instead of them.
Exactly right. And now what they've thrown at us now, publicly, and the cabal is doing it, a blanket thing now, where they're saying misinformation. Now they're tagging things misinformation and letting that be the end all. My God, this is worse than Nazi Germany, where now they are making a blanket thing, where they run the courts, and they are saying, we're going to call it misinformation and suspend your accounts on misinformation, when we have all the evidence and they don't. So they can do a spoken word, and it sticks, or in emails, and use it as evidence, where we have all the evidence.
I'm going to share how this is making me feel right now. I feel kind of nauseous, I gotta say.
And the evidence is flawed. It was a very slick move they did to throw the Matrix case, our case, very slick move, by having Sophia Stewart working with Rankin, working with Chilton, Kate Chilton inside Warner Brothers, and had all coordinated. Thank God Sophia Stewart posted the blood money letter from Kate Chilton herself, showing the very dates. Because the case was handled from 2009 to 2014. Her case was thrown in 2005. Again, why would they pay her, promise her millions of dollars? And get this, they're promising her millions of dollars. Like, not only after the case is thrown, but they're promising millions of dollars when the job is done. So it's not about intellectual property. That's about doing a job on the real offer.
And really, she's a patsy, you know, like she's somebody that they put in so people wouldn't look at you. So they
That's right,
say,
first time.
her. It's all solved. You guys can go back to what you're doing. We figured that out. Nothing else to see here. Go on with your lives. And then so people don't, you know, they're just like, oh, she was the writer and author of it. Okay. And then they just, you know, it discredits even more the real people who are trying to be heard.
Exactly. And in a sense, they went like this with her. They basically went crumble up, throw away. And so basically they're saying to her, look, you got your following. A lot of people are following what you dished out. So, you know, you've been compensated. You can hear what they're saying in the boardroom, you know, or over their airwaves. So yeah, but then it all comes out over their greed, and they're bragging. They're bragging along with their greed makes the dam bust open.
Unbelievable. It's
Yeah.
incredible that you've been able to piece all this together. These stories are so difficult. And I'm sure people listening or watching, whatever modality you're tuned into this podcast on, it's fascinating looking at it, hearing the complete version. And I try to think, gosh, if I was you, I wouldn't even know where to start constructing this. And that's the other thing. You're bipolar, yet you put together the most elaborate puzzle, you know, like, and you're schizophrenic and you're non-functional, but you've been able to piece together so many things, you know, and it's absolutely incredible how you and others, you know, working on the side of good, are able to do that, because it's brilliant work. You know, you're doing the work that, like I said, the FBI should be doing.
Right.
They're highly trained to do it, and they're not doing it. And it's like, you guys are figuring out ways to do their job for them.
Well, that's what's so funny. The FBI was trying to groom me. I have that card, you know, and had dinner with, you know, Bob Walsh and the FBI top guys. So it's really amazing that, you know, they kind of did this themselves. I've been equipped to reveal the other side. I was supposed to work with them and offered many times to have the chair. But the thing is, my sister doesn't matter now, but you do. And the audience does. You guys matter.
Holy crap. And I don't matter anymore either now. And Amma doesn't matter anymore. In Tom's world. Unreal.
And so I'm finishing it.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. So what else are you working on, and give any updates on the documentary team and, you know, what they're working on?
Yeah.
All right, so keep in mind this is May 14th, 2023. And he's about to give an update on the documentary. This is roughly 11 months before I'm at his house for the sole purpose of making and finishing a documentary. But this is going to be the status 11 months prior to that. Prior to my visit, this is what he's explaining.
We're grinding it into mural boards and online, like Almost a Beautiful Mind. Like the string attachments are so close, 1 degree apart. All these overlays with who's working with who and how, and then the evidence goes with it. So we're forming all that while protecting all the evidence, working on the audio stuff, the video stuff, the digital things, the documents, and then others are being discovered and poured in, and then that's why the outside is crumbling too. And it's like, so all that is being compiled, and we're sticking to, we call it the nuggies or the gold nuggets. And so what happens is we're having what's most exciting for the audience.
The nuggies. Oh, those nuggies. All right, let's wrap the rest of this. We have what?
It's most mind-blowing, and what the other
30 minutes.
side's most afraid of too. We're actually color coding what the other side's most afraid of. If they've expressed they're most afraid of the inserts or Sophia Stewart being revealed or the Fitzpatrick stuff, then we make that a red. But the other side's got that as a red. And then we color code it. We're using the color code against them. So we have that, and then we also rank it on evidence intact, how viable and powerful it is, and what needs to be explored further. And so we're doing the full job on all this stuff. And then what you do is you take the nuggets, all the nugget ones, and you put it into chronological at that point. And it's like, it becomes a boom, 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 like chain reaction firecracker style. So yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Well, I know I speak for everybody when I say that. I'm really excited for that. I can't even imagine the amount of work that it's going to, that it's taken you to even just construct it, much less figure out how to put it into some type of a timeline that people can watch. That had to have been really challenging.
I can't imagine it either, Emma. By the way, Emma, you're more than welcome to come here and share your story about how this started and how it finished. Anytime. Or, you could just do a video on your channel, giving an update to everybody who watched these while they were available.
It is. It's like writing a script, but like War and
Peace. A lot of information to fit.
Mm-hmm. And then you discover, like, what just happened, the lost article. They call it the lost article. With that showing up, we've got them making it disappear, delaying its response over 5 years, making it disappear, and then trying to cover it up. And it was erased anywhere. Nope, none of our researchers could find it. And we found it in our old storage. There it was, the lost article. How perfectly named. And how Horowitz was in on the whole game, working with them. Now, egg on his face. So it shows you a lot of the people that were inside as writers, too, or correspondents. And it's amazing, like TMZ and Hollywood Reporter. And yeah, there's a lot of them that were just, wow, just deeply, deeply embedded in the mechanism that was going on, the machine.
And how are you getting around the misinformation disclaimers? Because I'm sure that that's, in addition to them wiping websites and, coming between you and starting a podcast, I'm sure you're constantly battling this misinformation or censorship issue. Have you had any platforms that you found that have been working really well? Because I'm sure you're not the only person who deals with that, and you're so inspiring with how you're always able to find a solution for every problem. I'd love
Well,
for you to-
we found one. It's a great question. We found one really interesting. Steve Giselle had done an interview recently.
Oh, there's my name, and he gets it wrong. Steve Giselle.
And he came up with the same idea that the documentary team came up with. And that was do very short clips from interviews, like you could do this too, like little clips.
Reels, right? The stuff that's wildly successful to this day on my channel. That's now approaching this from the other perspective. And it's getting hundreds and thousands of views every time I post one. So what does that say? My strategy is successful.
Where something really poignant is put forward in a minute or less, and people go, like we're being told, they're like, wow, like you said, wow, exclamation mark, and just like capital letters. So with a series of exclamation marks, that's what seems to be working now for the public is show us a dessert spoonful of a piece that hits home. And then they aren't searching for it and things like that. And that is getting around the shadow banning. So suddenly you get more hits on a little like side clip for less than a minute of an important maybe a conversation we've had. You take just that isolated, put it up as a short minute thing.
I did over 300 of them by October of 2024. Taken from all the various interviews I did with Tom. Now there's like 60 something calling him out for what he's done since severing the business relationship here.
And people get it and they go crazy because it's like, that's what is needed in our time. So
and everybody's gonna see the result of what's happened here. Like me doing this show. Emma hasn't done anything of this sort. If she's an advocate for people going through MK Ultra and PTSD and everything, why scrub Tom from her website?
there's one of the great question you asked. There's an answer to it. Is the other side can't work fast enough to try to shut it down, and they understand that it's so cost effective. So if we do little clips too, like pick a clip that you love out of this that we love, and they start to give up. The other side starts to give up because they don't want to take the time for like a spattering machine gun of clips. It's like here comes a little clip, here's a little clip, and it doesn't take much time to do.
It takes a lot of time to do, Tom, but those clips are very effective, and they get around. A lot of them are getting views. It's working against you now. That's how effective this is, Tom.
Put it up, and they start to feel defeated right from the go, and suddenly they're not shadow banned. Suddenly they're not struck because they realize it's a fast feed. It's like Henry Ford on steroids. They don't know what to do with it, right?
Chuck Norris.
So that's how you beat it. Just put them out there, poignant moments that hit home. Because our interaction, like in this interview here, the chemistry, the interaction, you're going to have things come forward that are not in any other venue. And so that becomes something we can isolate.
And now it's all gone. Except for here and then on the VidNet channel. It's on Rumble and on BitChute. Which again, VidNet, thank you. I do believe I had copies of this, but I think I originally got them from the VidNet re-uploads. So thank you again. I will acknowledge you here on that. And you remain anonymous too for the most part, unless someone has the ability to dig through who opened up those accounts. But VidNet came to the they came in clutch, saving these.
You put it up, and you'll get the hits on your channel.
That's really helpful. And that's also not just for the algorithm, but just how you were saying, for how people's brains process information now.
Yeah.
Those little short clips, people don't have the long attention spans that maybe they did years ago. Everybody's used to just scroll in really quick. So having something small, short and concise, that somebody can watch, and it can be, this bombshell of information really quick. That can be very impactful on people.
Try it out. I agree. Try it out. Take a little clip at some point, put it up. Just don't spend a lot of time on it. Just pick one you like, some moment we shared that was like hit home. Put it up and watch what happens. The trolls, like you were discussing, don't know what to do with it. What are they gonna say? What are they gonna say? They don't want to look stupid too much. I mean, but it's like, what are they gonna say?
What I've noticed too with the recent reels that I've been putting up is no comments about Sophia Stewart anymore. And a lot of support from all of you out there. I've been seeing more comments. So just keep it coming. Keep sharing it around. Like, it's happening anyway, but like, you guys get those reshares out, then it just builds that momentum.
Right.
So that's the wave of the future. That's really how to do it. Besides documentaries and things like that, I'd say that's the way to go. And you get a viewership that comes in and they share it. So yeah, try it out.
That's a really good idea. And hopefully other people on the other side too had some, light bulb moments. Because it's tough, dealing with censorship. I've had my YouTube channel should actually be shut down right now. I've had 4 strikes in the last month, but what that happened during a strike. So YouTube was like, you're already on strike, so we're not going to delete your channel. So I have 2 strikes and I'm still on strike, on a strike ban right now on my channel. But it's really hard. Like, you don't want to be upset by it, but it's so abusive. The system is so abusively. It's like you're trying to tell somebody something that you care about, and they're just sitting there saying, shut up, and like taping your mouth shut. And it's like, but hey, like I have something to say, and it's really hurtful. And especially because these stories are so important. And it's like, I take it personally because I feel like they're trying to shut you guys up too. And it hurts.
So sweet.
So again, Emma, what happened where you were making a final decision of pulling the Althouse interviews down, like this one here? It's not up anymore. Where'd it go?
It's really sweet.
But it's very discouraging, and I see why people just want to quit. And so it's so important that we all band together and just say, okay, what are the things that work, so we can still be on here fighting this good fight, doing it with love and integrity in our heart, but being able to get past these bans that are just
Yeah, I had a guy call me not too long ago, and he wanted to do a show. And he said, listen, they're going after this, and this, and so we can't talk about this, we can't talk about that. It was like, that Good Morning Vietnam, where the character is like stripping out all the stuff he can say on air, and he loses it. He's just like, what the heck? Robin Williams' character is given this totally dumbed down, nothing script to read from. And so that's exactly what it was. And I was like, no, I won't do that. I can't. I'd rather not do the show, because I'm not going to be, if I go on the air and not say the truth and have it edited out exactly what the other side wants me to do, then I become a piece for them. I'm a pawn for them. I'm not going to do that. I need to say what needs to be said, especially if people are trusting me to say it. So I'm not going to leave it out, otherwise I'm just working the other side. So I said, no, thank you, no, thank you. So yeah, that's why.
Good for you. Good for you, Tom. That's tough whenever you know that you're going to get exposure. That's hard to not cave to that and be like, well, maybe I can censor myself a little bit to fit in. But we all need to stop doing that. I was just talking about that recently, about just the times in your life that you sacrifice who you are to fit into your environment. And it hurts your soul when you become so aligned with who you are. It's really hard to do that again. I think before we wake up to the world, it can be easy to do that sometimes because we're pressured to, this is how you're supposed to be in a business meeting. This is how you're supposed to be in this environment. And it's like all these different programs, depending on what room we're in, we have to act and dress and look a certain way, or, suffer the consequences, whether it's not getting a job or getting fired because of it, or being judged, or just not fitting in, And I think it's really important that we really pull ourselves out of that as much as possible and say, well, what environments can I go that I know I'll belong? That's where I need to focus my time, instead of fitting in environments where people want to shove me in.
And everything that they're talking about here now is because he brought my name up and gave me credit here, but without pronouncing my name right. It's like, who's going to look up? You're going to look up Steve Yissilmissil, as he said. It's like, you're not going to find my stuff. Could even say Yissilmissil, but he can't even pronounce that correctly either. He tried a lot and he got it wrong often.
A box. What environments, empower me to be who I am? What platforms will let me say everything that I need to say without asking me to dumb it down and censor it? So I love that you're setting that example, Tom. That's amazing.
I love that you do it too. I love that you're saying that also. That's wonderful. That's very refreshing. Because you do get to the point in this world where you go like, is there anybody out there?
Yeah.
Like that Pink Floyd song. You're just like, is there anybody out there? Like,
yeah. We're here. Still watching.
God help us, and that whole strategy they have of dividing people and things like that, and then sending you, like, think of the honeypot wife thing. They send you people and then send you other people on top of the people they sent you. So they know that when they get scared that you could be in a relationship, not to switch it 180,000 degrees, but it's like, this is an important point that just came to mind. If you are in, like, possibly they're going to connect with somebody really good, they suddenly send you a flood of their own candidates. They'll do this. It's like, that's how you know someone may be in your life that's right, is because they start sending their own like a flood. They're trying to head it off. Remember Sophia Stewart first claiming? Same thing happens in relationships. They want to control and command your evidence, everything else, by putting the person in your life and have you dependent on them. And so the whole gaslighting thing.
And then he just categorized me into all of those people being like, oh, he's trying to cut me off from everyone. No, I was addressing that Penny was a bad person. Penny L.A. Shepherd, I told him that she was handling him. No, he didn't want to have it. And then Michael Jaco, who's apparently been around Tom for longer than any of these hosts, including myself. Like,
happens. I pray that the right people get together in our society, and that couples form that are real and natural, and that brilliant kids happen out of that if it's their choices, and it's like the world resets itself naturally. That it's like beautiful that men treat women like goddesses and well, and that women are there for the man too, and the man for the woman, and it's equal, and they're not one looking up above the other, but eye to eye, and they actually care about each other. That's what needs to be done. So we have all these amazing people out there, isolated, cut off, and that's why I call them remnant. Remnant. And that's what's in the screenplay, remnant. We are divided, scattered, everything else, and the pressure's on. And so I look forward to the right people getting together across this planet, genius babies, and just incredible families and homes where they celebrate, laugh, and no longer haul it off in the middle of the night. And we break their control. So isn't it wild that...
Brenda says in the chat, she tried to kill me. Brenda's talking about Penny L.A. Shepherd. If you want to hear about that story in detail, look up on YouTube, Will the Real Tom Althouse Please Stand Up? And we talk about all of that.
Natural processes, we can defeat the FBI and the cabal just by living happy lives together. And it's like, that's what they don't want. And I cannot tell you how many times they do this system of approaching anybody that naturally comes to me. Not even ask people out, they come to me. And then they're approached that they're genuine by the FBI and others. And if they're plants, then they don't get approached. That's a flag for me, I know, if they're not approached, that something's wrong there. So it's amazing.
The FBI has not knocked on your door, we gotta break up.
I don't know what any of this means for me, but I had someone from Maui email me shortly before the Maui fires, mind you, about Tom and I going over to some, I don't know, like some, I want to say like a safe house. It's almost like they wanted to film a reality show that included like 5 other people, including Tom and myself. And they wanted to document us all living together under one roof. It's like, no thanks. I already tried the fake reality show stuff. Like, I was filming stuff in high school, mocking reality shows. It was actually a big portion of my time in high school was doing that. So, I've been approached that way, and then also the dude that was putting together The Matrix Redeemed. That's the one that tried to purchase my interviews with Tom and have me delete them off of the YouTube channel. And he offered me money. So have I been approached by other people? Yeah. I'd say so. But this doesn't matter to Tom, though, right?
Yeah, isn't that crazy? But yeah, they'll be approached 2 weeks later. But I thought I would share that with you because it's like, that is a big part of their playbook. You know, so if there's one thing I feel like was the roughest through this whole ordeal, besides the death of my sons, was that fear they created for anybody to be with me was genuine.
Oh, the way he just, like, casually says, oh, the death of my 2 sons. Like, what? I know some people that they can't even speak words like that if it's something that personal without feeling some emotion. That's wild.
Fear they created for anybody to be with me was genuine. Approaching anybody that was genuine came my way. Destroying relationships once they're there, and then trying to supply their own, like Stephanie Tanner to replace Becca Northcutt. And you know, it's just, they don't want balanced, normal relationships in our world. And they, you know, so I'm just saying that.
Bethany Tanner? Why does that sound like a name that doesn't come up much? And where does Angela Davis fit into all of this?
That's the big part of the playbook, and the FBI even conceived that as a policy and strategy. Is sick. It's sick. Let us have our own lives, and let amazing children come if it's a decision of those couples. You know, and let them have beautiful lives too. And take out the whole system of child services. That is not child services. It should be called child exploitations. That's what it should be called. So, yeah.
Amen, Tom. That was a powerful point. That's something that I've become way more in tune to on this journey, is that big picture point, exactly what you said. And it's so important that you brought it up, because it's at a level that a lot of people aren't emotionally ready to align with, which is we live in a child abuse system. The people perpetuating horrible things on people like you were born innocent children who were abused and who never were loved. And they grew up to be unloving, hateful, spiteful, damaging humans who want to damage other people who are doing good and trying to have a life outside of that system that they might have been born into or thrown into. You know, you're a threat to this control system that they have. And it's something as a society that we need to do. We need to focus on aligning with the right people and getting away from any type of abuse, healing ourselves, and then pouring our everything into the next generations of children and prioritizing them again. We've gotten so far away from that. They've taken mothers out of the home. You know, fathers work more than ever too, because, you know, bills have gone up, demands have gone up, inflation, everything caught. Like, it's expensive to be a human, Tom, you know, and you know, they've just broken up the home so much to where it's like children don't stand a chance these days to grow up and, you know, become loving, trauma-free, compassionate adults that want to love their spouse and grow old together and have a beautiful life with children. It's like we're just perpetuating this abuse. And until we decide to take hold of that and say, wait a minute, what am I responsible for in my life that could be abusive, and how do I go mend that so that way I can be a good partner and I can be a good mother, father, whatever it is. You know, and like you said, like, nature always restores itself, whether it's plants, whether it's animals. We become undone when we have control lingering over us, when we become puppets of a system, when we break away from that and say, wait a minute, like, what is my inherent being as a human? It's love, it's compassion, and it's, you know, that's what every human ultimately wants, is that beautiful relationship. And whether it's kids or not, just having a beautiful relationship that's free of trauma.
That's right. And if you want to be with the best, then be the best. If you want to have somebody who's genuine, then be genuine. It's like, really, the focus should be anti what Hollywood prescribes. They think it's all about ourselves, all about, you know, power in ourselves. Where it's like, what's in it for me is their common phrase. It should be, what can I bring to the table for someone else? What can I do to better myself in a relationship where the other person feels cared for, protected, safe, and worthy and happy? What can I bring to the table? That's the question we should be asking. Not, what can the other person do for me? And I'm sick of that LA male mentality. And then this myth that all men are bad. No, they're not. Not all men are bad. Some of us are thrilled to be a guy and to be the best guy that possibly can be. And our happiness meter goes off when we feel like the woman we're with is ecstatic and happy and feels safe and loved. That's where we get our worth, and that's our measure to determine if we're a good guy.
No. Tom is categorically wrong with that perspective.
And then as far as parenting, if our child excels and we give them the freedom to it, we don't restrict them, but we free them up, and we're there for them at every game they play.
Happiness comes from within. I know a lot of people that try to project their idea of happiness through having somebody by their side. If you try to get your happiness through another person, like, that's never going to end well. Because ultimately you're not happy with yourself. And there's even the term of having a beard. So, like, a significant other as a decoy for, like, whatever's going on with your personal life. So, there's a whole bunch of different aspects to this, but really, like, the happiness thing, it starts here.
And we're there for them whenever they need to talk, and we're there for them to anticipate their needs. Yeah, then we take that with us where we go without any regrets through life. No regrets, just wonderful moments. And that's something that even through all this process where they took away even Otika back then, all I remember is the good things. I have no regrets. I remember great exchanges, and I know it would have been a beautiful relationship if it had not been interrupted. You know.
But he doesn't bring up all the good things that his ex-hosts have done, or even the people that have helped him out in the past that now he considers bad or evil, like me, for example. And he labels me similar to what his sister was trying to do to him. He would be going on these shows talking about all the positive things that everybody's helped him through. But instead, it's like he strips the names and the personalities of everybody who tried to help him, and he just takes credit for that himself. Doesn't it seem that way?
And the girl erupted. So it's like, yeah. So I carry that as, fine, Tom, well done. You did live up to your expectations. When I was back to the honeypot wife, what went through my mind was, I want to then, when I realized she was actually working for the other side and was trying to protect Aiden, I was thinking, let me practice being the good guy even in this worst relationship. So when I get in the good relationship, I'll have practiced during the worst to be the good guy. And if that makes any sense, that's what I did. So I still got her flowers, but chocolate, and spoke well to her, even while she knew she was evil. And it threw her mind in disarray. I didn't intend to do that, where she actually in the end wanted to be with Aiden and I for a point, and started disclosing all kinds of information that was going on with her orders from Mike Lang of Disney on the inside. So it actually turned around where she was thinking maybe she wants to be with this guy who just wouldn't become mean to her, but kept treating her nice, who's in my mind, I was going, I'm going to treat her the way I want to treat the woman who values it in the future, that does get excited when we celebrate together. Then I'm celebrated about her work, and she celebrates about mine, and we can't wait to get together and celebrate. So it's like, and lift each other, where there is no arguing and fighting. They prescribe that fighting is necessary for the healthy relationship. I don't think fighting is necessary at all. Where does tearing each other down? It's not like muscle building, where you tear the muscle down and build it back up. Why would you plant that kind of stuff? Wouldn't it be worked out with just a calm talk of like, I see where you're coming from, I see where you're coming from too, this awesome. It's like, I don't get it. But yeah, so that's how I've been living my life. And it works a way where even if I end up single the rest of my life under this torment, I still know I'm genuine inside and have a heart, no matter what the trolls say. And so I feel so good about myself. But then they say that's an ego thing? No, it's not. It's a feeling of, I like who I am because I know I bring to the table a very good person who cares and is very creative. And, the other party becomes my muse. And I tell her that. I'll say, like, you're my muse. You're making this possible. I wrote the piece when I was with Oteka. I was very happy.
The whole thing with muses is, oh man. Again, it goes into the concept of projection. I would almost say muse, like having a muse is almost borderline gooning.
Wrote the piece. I don't need to be with Oteka now. I don't want to be anybody that sells me out. But at that time, it allowed me to write this great work, because I was doing that process of celebrating with her every time I did it, and then hearing what she had. So if that makes sense, that's the inside personal story, where, and then it comes across in parenting, where if you're the dad and mom to your son his whole life, and he turns out like Aiden turned out, I wouldn't agree with my sister that I'm a bad parent. I'd say I actually do care. And and that's not going to change.
You're a great father, Tom. Aiden is so lucky that he has you. I love hearing all the updates on how good he's doing, and
he's doing amazing.
Obvious that you've turned, a horrible situation that could have damaged his life into something that's helping him excel, and it's really beautiful.
Well, it's funny as you say that, because I want to show you something really quick before we go. I ordered this set. I know it's expensive, but I thought it was really cool because there's a story behind it.
I know a lot of people who did really well in school as a coping mechanism to forget about what's going on at home. That's all I'll say.
Look at these pieces. So I play chess, of course. I actually like to improve games like chess and other things too. So I actually did a reversion of chess. But these things are Roman figures, and they're solid metal, computer, but they're really cool. And so you got this whole chessboard that's like a Colosseum and stuff. And the idea...
Man, he's... Sometimes I think Tom's obsessed with the Fourth Reich.
was that ancient Rome is what America is, right? So here's the rooks, they're kind of cool, the lions and tigers. But ancient Rome, we're really the only republic since ancient Rome, modeled on ancient Rome. So it's no wonder we're going through the ancient Rome fall and rise and fall.
Rome never fell. It never dissolved. Rome is still alive today.
And it's like the same things happen in ancient Rome. So I got the set because it reflects ancient Rome, what's happening in our country. And the other side, Disney Contact said, you've won the chess game. So I got it in a chess game that we share. And so we play it.
Disney said that Tom won the chess game? Where's the proof of that? Show the email, show the text message, something.
It reminds us and reflects. So we tie everything in. We don't run from it. We accept it. And we use it as reference and learning. And we never try to hide from any thought process, because that only makes your thoughts go harder on it. So we accept whatever comes our way and store it as a reference in the reference library of our mind, and then celebrate everything positive in the front cortex. So it's like, yeah, if that makes any sense. People say it there, but yeah.
And I wanted to ask you one more question about, what you and others go through with this kind of blackmail system of them sending you people. How have you learned to vet that? Because you're not the only person that goes through that, where they're constantly trying to send in handlers or
Right.
How have you vetted that, or been able to take better control of something that seems so uncontrollable and unpredictable?
That's such a great question. One of the ways I do it mentally is again, with layered thinking, I put in a layer in my mind, along with the other layers, that I will wait and I'll not have them have any effect. I don't want to get with the wrong person. So I don't accept any offers for this period. And then my dream was always to have someone in my life that was right, and then succeed together. That was my dream. Like the prince gets the pauper clothes on and meets the right person, they don't know they're rich. That's what I wanted. Now I'm heading towards, I want to make it so that when the woman is in my life, she has nothing to worry about. She's well-to-do, like a Donald Trump kind of person. Just like well-to-do, no worries, set, maybe proud of her husband.
So he disparages Trump in other interviews, but then he says he wants to be like Trump. This guy's all over the place.
For what he cared about and tried to do and accomplish for children and stuff. And that would mean a lot to me, and the work he did, and feel proud of it would mean a lot to me, as I felt proud of her. So it's changed up a bit. So what I do is I just don't let the gates open. And every offer I come, I say thank you. And I don't engage it. And so yeah, that's how I did it. But I'm always watching. You know, I look to see, because I believe, I had a dream come to me that was so amazing. And in my dreams, I get information. The process of my dreams. I lucid dream. I can work in my dreams, like workshop. And in the dream, I was sitting down on a lobby area couch. And a family came up, and a woman sat down next to me, a young woman. And we looked at each other, and we just knew. We did not say a word to each other, but we knew instantly, and we just started carrying on as we were all together. It was that quick. There was no spoken word, and we just knew. That's happened in my life before, too. And what I believe is the woman will know. And the way it's supposed to work, the way we're designed as humans, is the woman chooses the man. The man is honored to accept that offer. The man does not pursue a woman. The man does not try to trick a woman. The man does not try to play a game to get the woman. The woman who's right will sense something about the man and has that ability. And then she will choose that man. And it's very brave. And then the man will say, I see it. And that's it. It's all done. No predator action at all. Just an open man. And the man will have to merit that woman's devotion. Have to merit it. So present yourself honestly, genuinely, help the kids, do right. And if you are genuine, the right woman will seek you out. That's my belief. So yeah.
What happened to Angela Davis?
Beautiful, Tom. Oh my goodness. And whoever does find you is going to be so lucky. You're such an amazing person. You're such an amazing man. You stand for so many incredible things. And to top it off, you're one of the best fathers that I've ever met. And Aiden is so lucky to have you.
Oh, man. Talk about hyperboles.
I appreciate everything you're doing. And I think you're right. I think when you focus on internalizing what you want to be, that you naturally attract, and God gives you what you're seeking, because he's not going to, you know, the world doesn't work where you get something outside of what you're capable of handling, you know, and if that does happen, you end up failing a lot of times, you know, if you're advancing too far from where you are. I think you do have to become what you want. And then I think something else that is what you want will see you, and it'll be this, you know, really magical interaction where it's that knowing that you were talking about that you had in your dream.
Exactly. That knowing. Absolutely right. And what's really wild is very poignant. Besides Aiden getting his high honors, what you just said, I had a dream last night where Chica was in it. And I never have dreams with Chica in it. She was in it, and we were just calmly with each other. It was like a closure thing in a sense, like opening the door to the right person. It was really amazing. It was last night. And it was very peaceful, very calm. And in it, we were together, and another man was trying to win her back. And I was allowing that. It was fine. And I was like, you know, because I trusted our relationship. So that was deep-seated. And then at the end of the dream, what's happening is we were going to go on. And when I woke up, I realized, you know, I would never want to be that other man. And I'm glad what we had. And that shows that in the dream, I was fully at peace at that relationship. What it was. There was no desperation. There was no angst or anything. It was just that it was a wonderful thing. It was taken away by, you know, powers that specialize in doing that, including the FBI. So it's what it is. But it also showed me that that's who I am for the person that's right. So cool. Yeah.
That's amazing, Tom. That's neat that you get those insights from your dreams. That's absolutely incredible. Now, where are you on? So, are you still on social media? Where are you at on social media? And how do people get in touch with you and support you?
Well, the funny thing is, I'm on Facebook still, believe it or not. And it's like on Instagram, and I'm on Twitter. But they're getting shadow banned, so some people can't even make comments.
I haven't seen anything on Twitter from you in forever.
He has posts on X that get maybe 100 impressions, 1 like, maybe 2 likes. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I'll post it, but no one sees it. So it's like there's been all this shadow banning on those things. So I'll post something huge, and it'll be like, you know, nothing. The one time they slipped up, it had thousands of, you know, like 900 shares, so many thousand views, and all these comments. That's the one time they slipped up on the shadow banning. So that's what I'm told is the story's known basically everywhere, but people don't know the full story. So it sets the groundwork for the documentary interviews such as yours now. But to reach me is difficult. I've had emails come through that never get through. Like people say they sent them that never get through. I've had phone calls that they'll call and it goes instantly to voicemail. There's no voicemail for them. And so this is happening with people that want to connect all the time. So I've been basically cut off, like guy in Alaska, just cut off, you know.
But he cuts other people off, like myself. So how much credence can we give to what he's saying? Not much, in my opinion.
And so to reach me, the best way they can do it is through hosts, I guess. You know, not to put a burden on you, but that's usually how it is. And then
Tom Possible here. Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. Holla if you hear me.
And the host vets it and says, whether it's a plant or not, or whether it's something worth passing on. So in the future, besides beautiful, wonderful, amazing, smart wife, I also would like to have a great personal assistant that handles influx. So it protects the family from unnecessary gaslighters and harassment. So yeah.
Let's put that out there.
Oh, he wants a personal assistant, so he wants another handler, right?
If anybody listening wants to step into that, feel free to contact me, or I'll link all Tom's links below. That's another way I think that we break algorithms sometimes, is when people go support the guests. If you all of a sudden get a ton of people that follow you or are reaching out to you or sharing your
Yeah, how do we contact Emma?
stuff, that can help boost that so it comes up in other people's feeds. So if you're listening to this, go follow Tom on Twitter, go find him on Facebook, go find him on Instagram, and share his content, interact with it, because that helps break that, and it helps the shadow ban break down, and it causes the material to populate in other people's feeds. And if you're somebody who also wants to create content, feel free to take minutes of this video and practice with it, with Tom's advice earlier of doing the real type 60-second or less videos. Feel free to do that and help. Like, this podcast gets shadow banned too. Like I said, I have 4 strikes on my channel right now. So there's no end to what they're willing to do to try to make sure that creators that
She just said freely use this footage. So, thanks. Maybe I'll throw it in the documentary if I ever make one on this.
survivors, that whistleblowers, and that this community gets destroyed and separated. So all those little things matter so much. And Tom, I really appreciate you coming on here. It is so good to catch up with you. Like I said, I was so hyped for this, and like I'm gonna never now, because you're just such a ray of light, and I appreciate you every time you come on.
You too. And the image I get a lot of imagery, like when I write with imagery, and the image I get being through right now is that the idea that came through a gauntlet and made it. We're outside the playbook. So we came through a gauntlet, both of us. And it's like looking back, allowing a way out of the cave for others. It's like we survived everything that could be thrown. And now we can say, the light's over here, here's the way out. So we're going to be able to shepherd people out. Other people have images like that too, of leading the way with intellectual property, leading the way and forging through the swamp and the briars and making a way out. So we have broken through the wall, and now it's safe to find a way out for people. So it's going to be good.
That's a beautiful thought. It can be scary to do something first, or to feel like you're one of the only people in the world doing something, but that's
Yeah. I kind of feel like I'm the only one calling Tom out. It's not scary, though. Just time consuming.
That's a really beautiful way to reframe that, is to say, I'm a leader, I'm shepherding, I'm leading the pack, I'm stepping up first, the whole world's behind me and they're going to catch up, I'm just stepping up first. So hopefully that twists that thought for people listening to you who get really nervous or scared. It's like, what a beautiful opportunity that God gave us to be first in any capacity, or at the forefront of something so monumental as to exposing all of this darkness in the world, where we all get to hold our little candles, and whenever we come together, the little candles, they light up and become this massive light. So Tom, nobody does that better than you. You're such a ray of light, and I appreciate you. Are there any other closing thoughts that you want to tie the show up with?
Well, if they want to find a little image, think of Little Neck way back when you were little, watching Little Neck. And it's like, they break into the peaceful valley and the wall comes down after they ran out the dinosaurs, and it's like sun and green and beautiful and lakes and water. That's what it's like. I like the thing in the background. So we have broken through is a thought. And just I appreciate you.
Was he just talking about Land Before Time and he called the character Little Neck? Wasn't it called Littlefoot? Come on, Tom.
Appreciate your audience, and I appreciate the courage you have to do what you're doing. So beauty inside and out, and smart.
Notice he says he appreciates her audience. But when it came to being on my show in October 2024 for part 23, he got offended by me telling him that my audience was waiting for it, like they were expecting him to be on the show. He got offended by me saying that.
And you're leading away. That's what it takes. And all they've thrown at us, they didn't expect some brilliant people to make it brilliant. So well done. Cool.
Thank you, Tom. Kudos to you for everything. We'll be cheering you on over here. So everybody, please go follow Tom. I'm going to link all of his links below. I try to make it really easy for you guys. They all highlight, no matter what platform you're on. All of the links highlight. So all you have to do is just click it, and it'll just divert you right to the website. So I'll link all Tom's stuff below. Tom, thank you so much for being here. And for everybody listening, God bless you. Thank you. And we will see you next week.
And that's that. So what do we take away from this? I think we learned a lot about the therapist situation and how he got institutionalized. It's all these bits and pieces that we're putting together here. Was this Emma Catherine? She has a podcast called She Got Away. There's also The Imagination. Now, I haven't looked into what she's up to lately. But, yeah. Brenda says he lies. Yeah. What else is there to say? Let's see some of the links I had. A lot of this stuff carries over. So I showed the LA convention one. Should I show GoDaddy? You want to see that? Redpillrising.org. We might as well. This was something we were looking at behind the scenes. It's not up for bid anymore. Alright, let's see this. We should just do display capture here. GoDaddy. Red Pill Rising. You can buy it for $50 right now. Alright. Redpillrising.org on GoDaddy. $50, buy it now. It was actually up for auction for $1. But there's a retainer fee, a broker service fee, $99.99. So really you'd be paying $150. That's all Tom needs is $150 to get this domain. It's out there for him to buy. Oh, Lerny is saying in the comments, She Got Away podcast is someone different. Thank you for confirming that. But it says, let's chat with Emma Catherine. And then The Imagination is also by Emma Catherine. Yeah, this is her. $58 followers. Oh, she was a guest on the show. Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that, Lerny.
She got away.
Yeah, we're not going to play that. So she's a guest on here. Emma is the host of the Imagination podcast, where she gives survivors a safe, accepting, and loving space to share their stories. When meeting Catherine, I was so intrigued with why she was so passionate about us survivors. Okay. Man. I'm not gonna comment on like she's... I don't... Okay, I'll say it. She looks kind of rough in this picture, doesn't she? I don't know what's going on. But it's good she's still out doing stuff. A voice for the voiceless. What? You seeing this, Brenda? Is that your Tommy Edwards, Brenda? You gotta get Tommy to talk to Emma about having her get on your show or something or other. It's like, I want to hear what Emma has to say of why she pulled Tom's interviews down. This was from February 6th. $16 days ago? Yeah, follow up with Tommy, Brenda. I remember you mentioning that there was a connection between them. See what he can do. He did a 3-hour show with her. Tommy used to be on Brenda's show. I'll connect with Tom. Well, maybe I could just reach out to him here. Yeah, Dr. Gonzo. Bing bong. Cool. Thank you, Brenda. See, there's no search feature to, like, go and look up if there's Althouse still on here. Yeah, look at that. 17 days ago. There he is. That'll actually be cool to check out. Okay, let's look at the rest of the links I have here. Oh. We'll talk about the Matrix Redeemed at some other point. So this was a Reddit post from 4 years ago. Oh, this is what I wanted to read. Alright, let's move my webcam here. It says, Judge R. Gary Klausner ruled that all 119 similarities listed by Althouse were, quote, either too general for copyright protection, scenes effets, or scenes that are mandated by or customary to a genre, or are commonly used unoriginal ideas, end quote. Althouse's film follows a CIA agent who takes a drug that makes him immortal. Jim Reese finds himself in the year 2235 AD, battling to wreck the plot of Adolf Hitler's son to wipe out all non-immortals. Klausner found that the quote basic premises of the Matrix trilogy and the Immortals are so different that it would be unreasonable to find their plots substantially similar. End quote. The only similarity to be noted was that both stories portray a protagonist fighting against an oppressive dominant group. Althouse's main point of contention regarding the use of Christ figure themes in both movies was dismissed. Quote, allusions to Christianity in literature date back hundreds of years and are not generally protectable, end quote, Klausner wrote. And then the comments here, one guy says, that sounds nothing like The Matrix. Another guy replies, it's not. Althouse goes on fringe podcasts and claims the church, the government, and Hollywood are trying to silence the truth about The Matrix. Imagine thinking everyone's out to get you because you wrote a script about fighting Nazis. Ironic that his script is more of a ripoff than The Matrix is. Dude is nuts. Someone else says he's a fake. And another person says, what? Crowd? Whoa! That might be some MK Ultra shit right there. Because that makes no sense. What is that? Is that a crypto wallet password? It's either that or some MK Ultra BS. This post was mass deleted and anonymized with redact. What's that all about? Lerny says Azita spoke truth. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I found that. I knew I had it saved somewhere. I'm glad it was in the links here. Then I have a quote saved here. It says, never worry about who will be offended if you speak the truth. Worry about who will be misled, deceived, and destroyed if you do not. And it's an unattributed quote, but I felt that was pertinent to today. So in a future show, I will cover, like, there's 4 other links here from mubi.com, mubi.com. It's a kind of like a knockoff IMDb. But that can be saved for another show. Maybe the one with the emails. So I wanted to talk briefly about Bachelor's Grove. I went on Abe's show this past Tuesday evening, and we really got talking about Bachelor's Grove after we were talking about the energy grid. And the past several days, I took it upon myself to archive the entire Bachelor's Grove YouTube channel, all the uploads. I've saved them all. But there's key videos in there where the creator of that channel, Pete Crapia, he talks about things that in the past, when these videos were released, I was like liking them and everything, like I was actively following them. But going back and watching now, he was talking about electromagnetism at the Grove, which gave me the idea to launch a separate channel that I will be adding to and posting some well-researched videos, including content that I've put together from the Grove. But I made this The channel is called Grid of the Grove. And I don't have any content up on it yet. But let's see if we could pull the page up real quick. But that's going to be a channel that's completely separate from Yissilmissil Productions here. And I'll cross-post from time to time, but I'm going to reserve all of my Bachelor's Grove stuff to this channel. Because I think it is very significant. Okay. There's the channel. It's brand new, like I said. So just keep that in mind. But I hope you understand what I'm trying to say and do with this. I'm not going to be exploring the paranormal with Bachelor's Grove. Lerny says it's almost sounding schizophrenic. With, you were talking about the Reddit stuff, yeah. In the whole case with Tom. Lerny also says, the only difference between the narcissist, everyone is out to get me, and the schizophrenic, everyone is out to get me, is the level of detail. We need to, like, combine those two words. And Brenda says the ads are driving me nuts, lol. I'm sorry, Brenda, So today, for the ads, I put it for every 18 minutes. So it used to be every 6 minutes. For, like... I'll just keep playing around with them, because I want to keep them, but I'd rather have them be less intrusive for everyone. So thanks for sharing that. But what I'm saying here... I've had my own experiences at Bachelor's Grove and around the area. But there is an aspect to this place that I want to explore. Brenda says, I pay for YouTube, but only on my Beyond the Box. Yeah, did you lose... You said you lost access to it? So, I don't know if Missing Time is still here, but yes, you're more than welcome to show up with me over at this place. Bachelor's Grove is in Midlothian, Illinois. There's ancient geological deposits in that land, like embedded there. There used to be a quarry that's now filled up with a pond. There's a creek running next to it. There's a lot of dense forest around there. I've had energy anomalies happen with batteries at night. But what I want to explore with this location is something else. We were talking on my other deep dives with Coral Castle and the Bermuda Triangle about dimensions, and time displacement. And I want to study that here. I actually have a hunch that there can be experiences there that fit the time displacement that take the paranormal aspect out of it. Meaning, not everything that people are seeing at Bachelor's Grove is paranormal. And that they're not seeing ghosts, but they're seeing other people from different times. Now, if this is too taboo for you, go ahead and watch something else. But that's what I'm going to focus on with this channel over here. Now, every time I've gone to Bachelor's Grove, it's only been for maybe an hour or two tops. But I think I need to have some, like, 4-hour visits, all-day visit. Like, what I want to do is do the 4-hour visit. Then I want to try a sunrise to sunset visit. I want to go to different areas around Bachelor's Grove. There's a few video and audio experiments I want to try. I'm very careful about how I'm talking about this, but let's just say, what if my first meeting of somebody at Bachelor's Grove was somebody else's second or third meeting with me, and my additional meetings with that person, which would be their first meeting, has not happened yet for me. I am open to this discussion and exploring this topic, so nothing is too far left field, right field with this topic, especially with how much I've been going over the energy grid and all these megalithic structures, electromagnetism, anti-gravity. I think all of that has something to do with Bachelor's Grove. And this also brings together, like, fate and destiny. Like, are we locked into doing something on timelines? Is it malleable? Can we change the past? Can we change the future? Like, as far as I'm concerned, time is not a constant. Like, in a sense, it's constant because it's all happening at the same time. But I think there's wiggle room for manipulation. Not in a nefarious way. But I think at this location there's a controlled sense of that. And it would have to be... What's the timeline I have written down here? Mid-July to mid-August is when I'll be doing my main experiments with this. And I think it's going to be fun. Might get a little spooky, but when you remove the paranormal element out of this, in terms of ghosts and people passing away and stuff. And you insert this whole thing of people meeting each other from different times in the same place. Crossing over of times where you're in a bubble that's removed from the present. I think something like that is occurring here. But we'll see what I uncover with investigating that. So Midlothian's about an hour and 20 minutes south of me. I could drive down 3 blocks from where I'm at right now and get onto Harlem Avenue and take that south, all the way south. And it would take me practically to Bachelor's Grove from here. Just one straightaway. So in a sense, you could say I'm on the grid, right? But the grid I'm talking about at Bachelor's Grove is the electromagnetic grid. And I want to explore that, and I'm going to reserve this channel for that content. I will cross-promote it here, but I'm going to try to keep everything on there to have a fresh page so that people can find it when they're looking for stuff related to Bachelor's Grove. I want this to pop up. I have things I want to explore with it. So let's see here in the comments. So this is pretty much it for today for the show, but I wanted to talk about this because I've spent the past week working on this. Brenda says I have my YouTube one, just trying to get my platform up. And she also says electronic, that makes sense. I can stand behind that for sure. I'm all for it. You're right about that. Thank you for the support, Brenda. I didn't want to get too detailed into it, but that's where I'm currently at with everything with that. Now you get a very good idea of what I want to try to accomplish with that. I didn't say everything, but you get a pretty good idea of what my goals are with exploring that stuff. So thank you. But yeah, what a show today, huh? Someone was complaining about, oh, this is pushing it being about like 3 hours long per show. We're almost at 6 hours today, so I don't know how I would put this into a 10 or 20 minute recap video. I'll try to experiment around with it. We're 20 episodes into this, and we're still looking into more stuff about Althouse. Like, we're learning about the therapy session that was unannounced that turned into a whole deal. I don't think Tom really was thinking at the time, you know? Just barged in. Yeah, you see, I have a few other channels that I never really went and expanded. So, like, Grid of the Grove is kind of like this thing. I was gonna have a channel called Why Esoteric, but we're beyond that now. The esoteric stuff, it's not fitting with the Grid of the Grove. Like, I need to do the Grid of the Grove and explore all that. This might be saved for like the Freemason imagery in Hollywood. That's what I might end up reserving this channel for. But it's interesting. I think a lot of this is gonna make sense the further we go with it. But I'm keeping myself reserved for the time being. As I gather more information, I will start to get an idea of where I'll be going with that. But I have a guideline of what I want to do. And before I sign off, I wanted to try to change the background here. So it'll be like an official transition. And we might go from having this as an opener with the Code Rain to this new one, which is part of the thumbnail of today's show. So just give me a moment here. Brenda asked, can you send me a new link to the or a link to the new show so I could sub? Absolutely. Let me know if it pops up in the chat. It should have gone through. Yep, it worked. All right. So this will be my new background for the next Let's Talk About It shows. I think it's pretty nice. Because it's still similar to the other one. But we'll start the shows out with this. And then we'll transition. We'll go into something like that. I'll keep tweaking it as we go. But this is a lot more soothing to me. Has a little more flow to it. So the format for the Grid of the Grove, it's going to be different from these live streams. I plan to do everything for the most part in post-production. I will do live streams on that channel, but the point of it is to produce a more condensed like playlist of informative videos exploring this concept that I explained. Awesome, Brenda. Oh, and by the way, just for your information, I did get intel that your laptop should be on the way soon. So there's intentions to get it to you, in case you were wondering about it. So that's all I'll say about that. So it's still in the process of getting to the post office. I don't have it. Like you know who has it. So but everything seems all right on that end. Okay. I'm going to call it for today. Brenda says, I just spent $1,200 on a new one. Well, you know, it's good to have Like you bought a new laptop. How old is that other one that you're waiting on? Because I'd say like this new one you got's gonna suit you better in terms of like RAM and processing power. And it's good to have a secondary computer if you can have one. Like I have kind of like a laptop, but it folds into a tablet. Like the whole screen just bends over. Awesome, Brenda. Okay, so that's it for today. Thank you, everyone. I have the Coral Castle show that usually is on Tuesdays. This week it's going to be on Wednesday because I have to go to Village Hall on Tuesday and talk about term limits. I need to let my neighbors know about what's going to be on the ballot. So that's why I'm moving Tuesday to Wednesday. Thursday is still on for the Bermuda Triangle. And both of those shows are going really well. We have the intros for all those pretty tight. And I am working on getting a new Saturday show about Chicago going. So I'm putting together an intro for that. And I'm working on what material I'll cover first. And I will be expanding more on the Great Lakes Triangle series, because I kind of let that one rest for a bit. With all these other shows, with the two deep dives, the Coral Castle and Bermuda Triangle are getting very similar in the content, because I'm getting into the details of what's happening with the land. So it's just constantly converging. But the Great Lakes Triangle is different from the Bermuda Triangle. And then you have the Devil's Triangle, which is in Japan. I do plan to cover that at some point. But then we have the Great Lakes, like lost ships and shipwrecks. I have a whole slew of books on shipwrecks. I might be better off doing a whole separate channel just on shipwrecks. But it is what it is. I'm just trying not to overwhelm myself too much. But, yeah, if you need to contact me, again, my email, I showed it earlier, Yissilmissil@gmail.com. There it is. Okay. And we're streaming on YouTube and Rumble, so look up Yissilmissil on Rumble. I'm over there too. But, yeah, keep an eye out for Wednesday and Thursday shows. And if you need to talk to me, shoot me a text message or an email. I'll get back to you. Alright? While we're all still here, we should be working together. There's people that I can't talk to anymore because they're no longer with us. And that bugs me from time to time. So, until the next one, class dismissed.
quick to forgive. We're quick to embrace. We'll be like somebody says, "I'm sorry for it." You got me. Let's celebrate. That's how we are. Instantly forgive. This has got to stop. This garbage of false glory has got to stop, and I'm tired of it. Let's stop being turned on each other. And let's stop looking for ways to accuse each other of turning on each other. And let's start lifting each other. And we've got this. Those 14 other screenplays going on 15 that I have is for the new world order, new world that is our people.
Yeah.
So I am
Okay, there you go.
presenting my dear.
This is a big mistake because she's already got a huge ego.
I do not have a huge ego.
You're feeding the beast.
I don't have a huge ego. I have a
Oh,
huge
no.
sense of.
This is the birthday
Oh,
present
God.
that
I gotta
feel is
film
right.
this.
Oh, I
And
love
so
it.
it goes to who I consider should be honorary Queen of the World for your courage,
Thank you.
brilliance, beauty, compassion, divine feminine, and never say no.
Thank you, baby.
There you are.
I so appreciate
You
that.
have earned that, mother.
Of
You
course, I
were.
remember when I was
or whatever
running
it
for
is.
president as a socialist, and I'd go out there and I'd say, socialism is the only thing that can save America.
Yeah, if I'm a fraud, bring it on. Let's do
Bring
it.
it.
Come on, it'll be easy to debunk if I'm a fraud.